Good mate, how are you?
Security. How are you, mate? Mate, sensational.
I take it we're bowling, are we, mate?
Yeah, we won the toss. Won the toss and bowled.
That was beautiful to watch from the home side. Whipped it through mid-wicket and then a glorious cover drive. That one lofted over the top. One bounce into the fence for 4. Where's one on the arm? They go up. Umpire says yes. Umpire agrees. He's out. LBW. Throw to the bowler's end. He's in trouble. Hits and he's out. He's out. Run out at the bowler's end. Goes over the top of mid-off. Don't bother. There's 4 and the win for the Ghosts.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Raby Sports Complex for the final time in 2023. It's one-day cricket from Campbelltown. It's the Ghosts taking on Manly in the final match of the 2023 half of the season. Mike Sheen with you. Great to have your company this morning, both online through MacArthurSportsRadio.com and also through the live stream through Frogbox. For those wondering what's happened, Campbelltown have won the toss and sent Manly into bat. It's a cloudy morning, a little on the overcast side, certainly a lot cooler than when we were here 2 weeks ago. We're just about ready for play to begin. And Campbelltown are bowling first. Toby Flynn Duncombe has won the toss and elected to bowl. And we are away. First ball driven into the covers and no run. So we are away. Manly being sent into bat. That looks like it might be Alan Beadle opening for Manly at the Emerald Hills end. And that's young Ian Carlisle back in the lineup. No, you're not hearing things. For those who've been around for a little while, he's in the lineup today. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update. He comes in now. That one just dropped into the gully. No run. So we've had 2 dots to kick off the day. So it is Beadle facing, and he's alongside Joel Foster, who's at the non-strikers end. And we are away for this Saturday morning. And this game is up and about. Carlisle in. That one turned through square leg and Beadle takes an easy single. So he's off the mark. It's none for 1 after 3 deliveries. The opening over this morning here at Raby. So now it'll be Joel Foster to take strike at the Emerald Hills end of the ground. Have a look at our Forte financial stats. Joel Foster, one of the top run scorers in New South Wales Premier Cricket, 455 runs at 75.83, a strike rate of 60.75, top score of 125, and he was nearly cleaned up first ball by Ian Carlisle with an absolute peach. It's none for 1 after 4 balls here at Raby this morning. Ghosts off to a good start here. So Ian Carlisle back in the side, been down in Tasmania for a couple of years, or for a couple of seasons. He's made the trip home. A couple of changes to the Campbelltown lineup. We'll go through that. He's one of them. That's down the leg side and called a wide. So it's none for 2. And we've got 2 balls remaining in over number 1 here at Raby this morning. Just trying to get my monitor up with the right vision for today. There it is. Carlisle over the wicket, right arm, quick. That one didn't quite time it there, Joel Foster. No run. I'm pleased to say we are coming through the live stream on Frogbox, so if you go onto YouTube and search Campbelltown Cricket, Well, New South Wales cricket, you'll be able to find the live stream with the commentary today. Mike Sheen with you. Great to have your company today. Carlisle in last ball of the over. Foster defends back down the pitch. A good over to start from Ian Carlisle. Only the 2 off it. 1 over down. It's none for 2. Campbelltown sending Manly into bat first on what is quite a pleasant Saturday morning, I have to say, here at Raby. So the Campbelltown team for today, we'll go through the 2 teams now. Campbelltown, a couple of changes. Justin Mosca is out. He's unfortunately suffered an injury. Anthony Mosca comes in. And Ian Carlisle, the other change into the lineup for the Ghosts. So in alphabetical order, it's Nick Appleton, Ian Carlisle, Ryan Clark, Luke Courtney, Toby Flynn Duncombe, Luke Meek, Anthony Mosca, Tom Patterson, Henry Rails, Blake Smith, Brendan Smith. That's your 11 for Manly. Captain and the keeper is Jay Lenton. The rest of the lineup is Ahlan Beadle, Matt Brewster, Lachlan Coit, Ryan Farrell, Bertie Foreman, Joel Foster, Ryan Hadley, Edmund Hole, Thomas Kay and Josh Seward. That's the 11 for Manly today. And it's going to be Luke Courtney from the Emerald Hills end to open the attack on this Saturday morning. Small crowd in already. Courtney just going through his final preliminaries. Bowling from the Emerald Hills end, the broadcast end of the ground. Training centre has been demolished. You can see halfway back to the motorway from here. Now Courtney runs in from the Emerald Hills end, bowling to Beadle, who drives. Doesn't beat the man at mid-off and no run. So it's none for 2 in the second over. Campbelltown winning the toss and electing to bowl first. As I said, conditions quite good here at Raby. A mild morning, just a light breeze, just a zephyr of a breeze. Seems to be coming, I think, from over my right shoulder. So we'll work that out. Courtney in again. That one through to Patterson outside off. Beadle happy to leave alone. So it's none for 2 in the second over. Courtney having a solid season with the ball. He runs in now, bowling to Beadle, who on the back foot defends. No run. Luke Courtney, 7 wickets at an average of 18. Got a strike rate of 36.29 and an economy rate of 3.1. So quite tidy figures there from Luke Courtney this season. Three balls into the second over. And no runs conceded so far. And that continues. The next ball outside off through to Tom Patterson, the keeper. So it's none for 2 in the second over. Campbelltown winning the toss and sending Manly into bat. Conditions pretty good. Temperature around 22 degrees at the moment. I think we're heading for about 27 this afternoon. A lot better than last time we were here, nudging 42 2 weeks ago. So certainly a lot milder today. Courtney in. Beadle drives. Doesn't beat mid-on. Ghosts are on their toes early this morning. So 1 ball left in Luke Courtney's first over. Off to a good start this morning, the home team. In comes Courtney now, last ball of the over. That one driven A bit of a fumble there at mid-off. They'll get a run. And they'll come back for an easy 2 there on the arm. So 2 to the total. Beatles off the mark. He's 2. 2 overs down, none for 4 at Raby. So Manly just building nicely. Beetle 3. Foster yet to score in this one-day match. 50 overs aside. Usual rules do apply. So it'll be Ian Carlisle to continue from the Raby end. Don't forget, if you have to go out today, do some last-minute shopping. Carlisle in. Foster plays and misses. Through to Carlisle. Through to Patterson. That was a cracking delivery from Ian Carlisle. First ball of his second over. He's really got the tail up this morning here at Raby. He's well and truly wound up here today. Wrapped on the pad, big appeal, umpire not interested. Carlisle in, wraps him on the glove there. Foster trickles away into the slips. No run, so it remains none for 4. Middle of the third over here this morning at Raby. Two slips in place for Ian Carlisle. A point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, fine leg, third man. Carlisle in. Foster squeezes that one down the leg side. Patterson comes around from behind the stumps to field. Threatened to throw the stumps down, but no damage done. So that's the end of the... That's not the end of the over. There's still 2 balls to come. Manly scoring at less than, or just over 1 and over. So certainly not breaking any records here this morning with their opening partnership. Carlisle in, that was short, down leg side, that's a wide. Umpire signalling wide at the Raby end. So it's none for 5. 1 ball remaining in the third over here at Raby this morning. In comes Carlisle from the Raby end. Bowls to Foster, who pushes. Doesn't beat mid-on. No chance of a run. So it remains none for 5. Set a very mild Saturday here at Raby. Compared to the last time we were here, it's a beautiful day. Temperature in the low 20s. Carlisle in, last ball of his second over to Foster, who drives into the covers on the up. Takes the easy single. He'll keep the strike. That's his first run of the day. So it's none for 6 after 3 overs here at Raby. Foster has 1 and Beetle 2. Carlisle has 2 overs, none for 3. Now Foster takes guard at the Raby end for Luke Courtney in his second over. Courtney off to a good start this morning. And he comes, bowls. Foster leaves outside off through to Tom Patterson, the keeper. So we're off to a good start here this morning. No real dramas. No expectations of any significant delays. We've got a match on the number 2 oval off to our right. You'll probably hear that during the morning. Courtney in. That one doesn't beat the field. Apologies there for that little audio. So Courtney in again, bowls that one at top edge, down fine. Has that gone all the way? I think it has, yes. Goes all the way for 6. So first real shot of anger from Manly this morning. So that's the first real one that's been fired off with any sort of purpose. A top edge there, going all the way for 6. So the score moves along to none for 12. Courtney in. Foster pushes into the covers nicely. He'll get runs there. They'll come back for 2. And that's all it'll be. 2 more to the total. So none for 14. Manly just starting to find their form here this morning. Just starting to get themselves up and about. Now Courtney in from the Raby end. That one defended into the covers. No run. So it's none for 14 in the 4th over. Might be able to hear now we've got it sorted. The sound of it in the crowd, the chat coming through from the middle. Plenty of chat coming through from the Campbelltown boys. They're up and about. That's the end of the over. 4 overs down, none for 14. So Carlisle from the Raby end charges in. Beetle just defends into the offside. No run. Remains none for 14. So none for 15. The scoreboard has none for 14. Carlisle in. Wrapped on the pad. Umpire not interested. Once again. Ball outside off through to the keeper, no run. So Campbelltown off to a good start this morning. Certainly tying down the Manly batsman. Two balls remaining in the fifth over, none for 14 the score. Carlisle charges in, that one's down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Third wide of the day for the Ghosts. They're in their traditional green with red and gold, Manly in their navy blue with light blue trim, light blue numbers. Carlisle in again, bowls. That one just dropped into the point region, no run. Umpire says one ball to come in the over, which is correct on my count. One ball to come in the over, so fifth over of the day almost complete, none for 15. Carlisle runs in now, bowling to Beadle. He just pushes into the onside, no chance of a run, wasn't even interested in trying to take one. Umpire calls over. We've had 5 here at Raby, it's none for 15. Foster 9, Beadle 2. And Carlisle 3 overs, none for 4. First ball of the new over, just pushed into the offside, no run. None for 15, Campbelltown winning the toss and bowling first. Bit of a surprise to see the Ghosts bowl first here at Raby. Mild morning, temperature in the low 20s. Courtney in. The one driven over the head of the man at mid-off. That'll run away towards the boundary. Come back for 2. It pulled up a little bit. About 10 or 15 metres inside the rope. They get 2. So Foster is 11, according to the scoreboard. Ball outside off through to Tom Patterson. No run. As I said, Foster, one of the leading run scorers in New South Wales Premier Cricket. Courtney in, slashing at that one. Foster outside off, through to the keeper. Patterson, no run. Manly just struggling to get away in these early overs. Just not quite finding their range early on. Courtney in. Foster goes high, leg side. Man comes around. He'll watch it sail over the fence. All the way for 6. It was short down the leg side and Foster got hold of it. And that one sailed over Fine Leg's head for 6. Manly just starting to unwind. None for 23. Courtney in. Foster plays and misses. Would have heard the call in the background for over. The Ghosts very happy with the bowling of Luke Courtney in that over. It's the end of 6. None for 23 is the score. Foster 17 and Beadle 3. In fact, I think that's 2 with 4 extras. Carlisle into his 4th over. None for 18. None for 4. His figures. Very tight field with only the 2 men allowed out, being Deep Fine and Deep Third on the rope. Comes in now from the Raby end. Bowling to Beadle, who is clean bowled. He shouldered arms and it hit it. It cannoned into the stumps. And Campbelltown take an early wicket. So Campbelltown strikes early. Campbelltown strikes early in the 7th over. It's 1 for 23. That's an early strike for the Ghosts. We're looking for that. Campbelltown happy with that start. Beadle making his way up to the rooms. Campbelltown looking for a few more early wickets if they can manage it. 1 for 23 in the 7th over. And it is Jay Lenton, the skipper, coming in at number 3. 71 at 35.5, his figures in the one-day competition. Jay Lenton, the experienced cricketer. Plenty of time in Thunder Green and also in the New South Wales Blue. Number 70 on his back.
Nicky. Oh, no. Oh.
You can hear the chat out in the middle. Plenty of chat out there. Looks like they've had to retrieve a bail. Joel Foster's getting quite animated at the non-striker's end. Umpire indicating right arm over, 5 to come for Jay Linton. And Carlisle striking in his 4th over. Carlisle in. Linton gets a short one. That fizzed past. The Ghosts are up and about. That was up nice and high. That was very short. The umpire says that's your one for the over. That was nice and short. One for 23 the scoreline. If you're not able to watch the game throughout the day, you can always listen through MacArthurSportsRadio.com. Great to have your company today from Raby. Linton almost plays onto the stumps. Tried to pull out and nearly got a bottom edge onto the stumps. Carlisle really has his tail up this morning. Fine conditions here in the MacArthur. Middle of the 7th over. 1 for 23 the score. Carlisle charges in from the Raby end, bowling to Linton, who gets an inside edge. That'll run away towards the boundary. That'll reach the rope for 4. A streaky inside edge. Finds the fence. Scoreboard doesn't show how, just how many, and he's got 4 to his name off 3 balls. Foster 17 off 26. It's 1 for 27 in the 7th over. Certainly a streaky inside edge there from Jay Linton. Got very lucky. That didn't collide with his stumps. Carlisle back at his mark, and he comes now bowling to Linton again. This time Linton drives, doesn't beat the man at cover. No chance of a run there. 1 ball remaining in over number 7. Carlisle runs in now, last ball of the over. Bowls to Linton, who tries to drive. Patterson takes it in front of first slip. The umpire says that's a wide. So we'll have it again. Score goes to 1 for 28. Beautiful morning here at Raby. Cloud burning off. Last weekend of 2023. The last weekend for cricket anyway. Of course we do have one more weekend, but this is the last one for play before the Christmas break. Carlisle runs in, bowls to Jay Linton, who tries to whip it down the leg side. Umpire says that's over. Linton wanted the wide, didn't get it. End of the over, a successful one for Campbelltown. 1 for 28 after 7. Beadle bowled Carlisle for 2 in that over. Carlisle has the figures 4 overs, 1 for 9. It'll be Luke Courtney to continue from the Emerald Hills end, as the figures of 3 overs, none for 18. Joel Foster certainly not afraid to have a chat to the Campbelltown players. Not sure Not sure whether that's a wise move or not. We'll find out soon. Courtney in, bowling to Foster, who drives beautifully through mid-off. That's a stylish off drive. Has it got enough to reach the fence? Not quite. And they'll come back for 3. Beautiful off drive there from Joel Foster. He goes to 20, 1 for 31. Toby Flynn Duncombe just adjusting the field slightly, the captain. Now Jay Lenton takes strike, facing Luke Courtney, who's in now. That one just dropped into the offside. Wanted the quick single there, Lenton, but it wasn't there to be found. Score remains 1 for 31 in the 8th over. Courtney none for 21 so far today in his 3.2 overs. In comes Courtney from the Emerald Hills end. Lenton turns that one fine to the man at deep fine leg, and they'll cruise through for a single. So he goes to 5. It's 1 for 32. Over number 8. Just building a small partnership here. Only 9 on the board. Flynn Duncombe just making a couple of tweaks to the field. Courtney runs in now. Bowls to Foster, who slashes at one outside off. Umpire says that's a wide. So we'll have it again. 1 for 33. The 5th wide of the morning. In 7.5 overs. Courtney now comes in to Joel Foster, who gets an edge, and he's dropped at second slip. That should have been held. They'll take a single. 1 for 34, Foster to 21, but lucky to be there. Slashed at one outside off and should have been held at second slip. It was a little bit high, about shoulder height, and should have been taken, but not claimed by the Ghosts. Foster survives. He's 21 not out. Lenton is 5. Courtney in now. Bowls to the left-hander. Lenton leaves. Outside off. Through to Tom Patterson, the keeper. Another dot in the book. Had 37 this morning by my count so far. 37 out of 7.5 overs. So 37 out of 47. Courtney in. One dropped into the offside, beats the man at gully. Deep third comes into field, can't prevent the single. Lenton will keep the strike. He'll be 6. That's the end of the over. 1 for 35 after 8. Courtney 4 overs, none for 25. His figures. No doubt Jay Lenton having a word to his opener. Probably trying to settle things down a little bit emotional in the middle. Carlisle to continue from the Raby end. He's been very quick this morning. He's really pushed a few through. 1 for 9, his figures off 4. First ball of the new over, Lenton just turns it into mid-wicket. Takes the easy single. Have a look around the grounds at the Sydney first grade action, round 10 today. At North Sydney Oval, it's UTS Norths and Sydney Uni. Sydney Uni winning the toss and batting first. They're 3 for 44 against the Bears. Carlisle in. Foster leaves. Outside off, through to Patterson, no run. At Allen Border Oval at Mossman, the Whales were sent in by Hawkesbury. And the Hawks have Mossman 2 for 43. At Hurstville Oval, Fairfield Liverpool won the toss and elected to bat against St George. Fairfield Liverpool 1 for 47. At Waverley, a local derby between Easts and Randwick. Easts won the toss and sent the Randy Peets in, and they're 1 for 21 at the moment. Carlisle into Foster. He drives uppishly and he's caught at mid-wicket. That's the big wicket they wanted, Campbelltown. That's a beauty there for Campbelltown. They needed that. Two openers are gone. 2 for 36 in the 9th over. And Foster makes way for a well-made 21. So that is a big wicket for the Ghosts. Foster makes way and the Ghosts have 2 inside 9 overs. So Campbelltown have Manly 2 for 36. Jay Lenton will have to really dig in and try and post a big total here for the visitors. Waiting for the scoreboard to update with the new name. And Carlisle has 2. Great start for the home team. Ryan Farrell comes in at number 4. Ghosts referring to Ian Carlisle as Hoff. Foster was Court Clark. So we'll go back to those scores in a moment. That one's put down at first slip. The Ghosts are really up and about. Dot goes into the book. 2 for 36. They've had a couple of half chances. One that should have been held. Now Carlisle, 2 balls remaining in his 5th over, charges in, bowls to Farrell, who's almost yorked there, gets away with a run, and the umpire will say leg bye. So 1 leg bye to the total, 2 for 37, over number 9. Get back to those scores at the end of the over. Full bank of matches today, no risk of weather interfering with the action. Lenton waits for Carlisle, last ball of the over, drives but doesn't beat the man at mid-off, no run. So end of the over, another successful one for the Ghosts. Carlisle has 2 for 10 off his 5 overs. It's 2 for 37 after 9. Those other scores around the grounds. At Drummoyne, Gordon taking on Sydney. Sydney winning the toss and bowling first, sending Gordon in, and they're none for 78. The visitors at Old Kings Oval, Parramatta continuing their good form from last week. Did a demolition job on the Ghosts, taking on Penrith. And Penrith sending the home side in, they're 1 for 55 Parramatta. At Pratton Park, Wests taking on Bankstown, and Wests winning the toss and bowling first. It looks like the right option there at Ashfield. Bankstown 4 for 18. In a world of trouble early on. And I think that's at Blacktown International Sports Park, if I'm not mistaken. Northern Districts taking on University of New South Wales. And Northern Districts 1 for 36. We've had a bowling change, and that's just trying to pick up who that is for Campbelltown. That's Henry Rails. Henry Rails into the attack, replacing Luke Courtney. 4 overs, none for 25. Henry Rails has it's 21 wickets to his name this season, the left armour. Coming in over the wicket, bowls to Ryan Farrell, who drives uppishly. A misfield there, but they don't want the run. They decide against it. Two for 37 in the 10th over. Good start for the home team today. And the final match at Glenn McGrath Oval, it's Sutherland taking on Blacktown Mounties. That one driven into the offside, but no run. Sutherland taking on Blacktown Mounties, and Sutherland winning the toss and bowling first. Again, another good choice for them. Blacktown Mounties 5 for 35 in the early going at Sutherland this morning. So they're the scores around the grounds. We'll keep you up to date on those during the day, thanks to Forte Financial Services. Rails in, that one turned into the leg side through square leg. They'll take a single. Farrell off the mark with that little tuck around the corner off the hip. He's 1. Lenton 7 rather. 2 for 38 in the 10th over. The Simply WordPress web design scoreboard says 2 for 38. We've had about 45 minutes of play here at Raby this morning. Left armour Rails in. Lenton just defends back down the pitch. Off the back foot, no run. Good start from Henry Rails, only conceding the 1 run so far in this over. Flynn Duncombe just adjusting the field. And then it's square leg. Or at point end, extra cover, Rails in. Lenton drives, doesn't beat the man at mid-on. They won't take the single. Good fielding there by Luke Meek. That's the end of the over, that's 10 down. And it's 2 for 38. Lenton 7, Farrell 1. Wickets to fall. Beadle bowled Carlisle for 2, and Foster caught Clark bowled Carlisle for 21. Now we're going to see a double change here. No, it looks like Carlisle will continue from the Raby end. Plenty of chat from the Ghosts. Run rate 3.8 after 10. Carlisle runs in from the Raby end, bowling to Ryan Farrell. 3 slips go down. One driven back down the pitch. No run. They're allowed the fielders out with 10 over field restrictions up. I think it's 5 are allowed out. Certainly keeping the pressure on here. Campbelltown with 3 slips. And a man at a deepish point on the circle or just inside. That one fizzes past Ryan Farrell into Tom Patterson's gloves. Run rate the last couple of overs has really slowed up. Only 3 runs in the last 2 overs. As I said, nice little crowd building here at Raby this morning. Good to see. Carlisle runs in now, bowls to Farrell, ducks under a short one. Umpire will say that's the one for the over. Middle of the 11th over, and Campbelltown certainly, you would say, have the upper hand in the opening stages. Pitch pretty well in the middle. Didn't get to have a look at it this morning, but certainly towards the middle of the centre square. Carlisle in, that one defended on the front foot back down the pitch. Carlisle scurried across the field in front of Nick Appleton. Plenty of noise here at Raby, plenty of chat. The crowd that is here getting into it. Carlisle wheels around back at the top of his mark, just outside the 30-metre circle. And he comes now. Bowls to Farrell, who drives, and Carlisle fields in his follow-through. Looks like it's Brendan Smith coming out of 3rd slip, going into a short extra cover position. So 2 slips. Those being Anthony Mosca and also the captain Toby Flynn Duncombe in at 2nd. Carlisle, last ball of his 6th over. In now to Farrell, who nearly yorked him, managed to get an edge on it, and it runs away to deep fine leg. Man comes around, can't prevent the single. So just the 1 run coming off that over as well. That's the end of 11, 2 for 39 after 11. Farrell 2, Lenton 7. Looks like we're going to have the helmet brought out for Tom Patterson, the keeper. So I suggest it might be a double change. Looks like we might see some spin for the first time today. And it's Blake Smith coming into the attack. So Rails only the 1 over for 1, but I would suspect he'll probably go to the Raby end to replace Carlisle in a moment. So Blake Smith into the attack. He's been one of the top wicket takers for Campbelltown this season. Just adjusting the sight screen at the Emerald Hills end. Club coach Jason Crozier, former state and test player. Jason Crozier just assisting with the sight screens. Looks like we're all good. So Jason on a list of spinners who were used between Shane Warne and Nathan Lyon, with Lyon picking up his 500th Test wicket last weekend. Now we've got Blake Smith coming in. He'll bowl from the Emerald Hills end. Might see if we can track down Jason for a chat maybe this afternoon. Smith with a cracking first delivery. Farrell just on the back foot defending. No run added, 2 for 39. Really putting the clamps on here, Campbelltown. Smith, right arm over. Off he just off a handful of paces. Farrell just pushing that one into the gully region. No chance for a run. Smith off only a handful of paces, only just off the cut surface. And he comes. Farrell turns that one around the corner, but the man at short, fine leg in Carlisle fields and prevents a single. Off to a flying start here. The Ghosts really limiting the scoring for the visitors. Farrell nearly wrapped on the pad. Carlisle comes around and fields. Again, no run. 4 dots in the over. Smith, affectionately known as Smudge, comes in now. Again, Farrell just trying to turn that one around the corner. Carlisle's there at a short fine leg, short 45, just inside the circle. Not giving any runs here, Campbelltown. And that's a maiden from Blake Smith. Farrell just pushing off the back foot down the pitch. No run, a maiden to Blake Smith. 2 for 39 after a dozen. Now I would suspect, yep, there's Henry Rails going to the Raby end to replace Ian Carlisle. A cracking spell from him. 6 overs, 2 for 11. Rails coming in to change the angle and the approach, the left armour. As I said, I think he's one of the leading wicket takers in New South Wales Premier Cricket. On my count, he's got 21 wickets at 15.19, a strike rate of 33.76 and an economy rate of 2.79. The best of 5 for 33 this season. So pretty tidy figures there from the man known as the Vessel. Rails in. Lenton just turns that one around the corner. And fine leg fields. Can't prevent the single. Plenty of chat out in the middle today. Ghosts certainly up and about. Lenton 8, he's at the non-strikers end. Ryan Farrell not out 2. He waits for Rails, who's in now. That one got a bit big on him. I'll take the single. Didn't know much about it there, Ryan Farrell, for a moment. That one got big on him very quickly. And he was a little bit stranded for a moment, decided to take the single at the last moment. That one turned into the leg side by Lenton. Patterson darts after it to field. Nick Appleton down below us here at deep third man. Deep fine leg, rather. Farrell has 3, Lenton 9.
I came in before, but I didn't spend time. Told me about it.
Just adjusting the field here, Flynn Duncombe for Ryan Farrell. Rails in. Just drops it into the offside, and Brendan Smith fields. 2 Smiths in the game, Brendan and Blake. Two for 42. Scoring over number 13. Mike Sheen with you this morning on MacArthurSportsRadio.com and through the New South Wales Premier Cricket live stream. Rails in. That one turned into the leg side. You could hear the call of yes from Lenton. Wanted the quick single. Farrell was a little tardy, but got there in the end. 2 for 43. Over number 13. Must say the surface here at Raby looking an absolute treat today. Rails left arm over. One just dropped into the leg side by Lenton. No chance of a run. The umpire says that's so, gentlemen. We've had 13. Manly 2 for 43 after being sent in. The wickets to fall. Beadle bowled Carlisle for 2. And Foster caught Clark bowled Carlisle for 21. Lenton not out 9 and Farrell not out 4. And it'll be Blake Smith to continue from the Emerald Hills end. No doubt the coach watching one of the promising off spinners in Campbelltown. She was casting a keen eye. Just a little discussion here between Smith and Flynn Duncombe about the field. Putting Courtney at a very straight mid-on alongside the non-striker. Smith not quite ready to go. Now he'll come in again. Just defends that one. Farrell down the pitch. Rails went for 4 in that last over. The first over in about 5 that's gone for more than 2. Smith in. One turned around the corner again. Carlisle in quickly to shut that down. Smith bowls. Farrell beaten. They appeal. Umpire not interested. They all went up, but the umpire didn't want to know about it. Patterson cleaned up behind the stumps. 14th over being bowled at the moment. Smith in. Farrell advances, wrapped on the pad again. Blake Smith was very keen. Umpire not so. Turns down the appeal. Remains 2 for 43 in the 14th over. Smith in. Farrell tries to drive. Gets the man in close and takes a single. Appleton does the fielding. Farrell gets his, I think it's his first run off Smith in about 10 or 11 deliveries. 2 for 44 in the 14th. Smith around the wicket bowling to Jay Lenton, the left-hander. Last ball of the over, and he just pushes that one to Toby Flynn. Duncombe in it. Short extra cover, no run, into the over. Only the one off it. 2 for 44 after 14. Smith, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1. And Rails, 2 overs, none for 5. Will be Rails to continue from the Raby end. Run rate 3.14 and over at present. And we're certainly not setting the world on fire with their run rate. In that one wraps Farrell on the pad. No chance of a run. Plenty of chat from the home team this morning. Up and about here at Raby. Rails in, just beats the outside edge of Ryan Farrell through to Tom Patterson. That was a great... Another into the book. Campbelltown's probably just as vital as the... for a single. Farrell 6, Lenton 9, 2 for 45. sure what's happened there, but yeah, we're back up and running again for the moment, at least. Haven't missed too much. That one doesn't beat Appleton at mid-off. Nice work there. Now Smith around the wicket to Lenton. Beaten with a good one there by Smith outside the off stump. That one fizzed and spun. Through to Patterson, no run, 2 for 48. It's at approaching the end of the 16th over. Looks like drinks are ready. Smith in, Lenton doesn't beat the bowler. No run. End of the over, that's 16 down. Smith, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. Rails, 3 overs, none for 6. 2 bowlers working in operation at the moment. In fact, we will. There was a bit of a chat whether they were going to have a drinks break or not. They have decided to do that. So we'll do the same. It's 2 for 48. Manly after 16 overs here at Raby Sports Complex. We'll have more cricket in just a moment on Macarthur Sports Radio. Well, apparently the news site was going to... And welcome back to Raby Sports Complex. Henry Rails continuing from the Raby end of the ground. That'll be a wide first ball after the drinks break. 2 for 49 the score. Farrell is not out 8. Everyone's got Lincoln on 9, I think. Just double check that for a moment. Farrell defends the offside, no run. Rd10 and through the live stream through Cricket New South Wales. Square leg, takes an easy single. Barrel to 9, that's the 50 for Manly, 2 for 50 in the 17th over, 104 deliveries, 74 minutes with 1 4 and 2 sixes. And 50 going a tick over 3 and over, 3.06 is the rate at the moment. It doesn't beat the man there. Plenty of chat from the Campbelltown players out there today, certainly up on their toes. Better effort than last week, a disappointing display against Parramatta. Manly made the trip out to the Central West. Rails in, Lenton drives down the ground, 1 bounce, 2 bounce, picket fence, 4 runs. Jay Lenton with a beautiful straight drive. There's a little bit of that last week at Wade Park, the beautiful Wade Park in Orange. Manly took on Wests. Unfortunately for the Northern Beaches outfit, they went down to the Magpies last week. They didn't get the job done, but impressive game out at the beautiful Wade Park in Orange, looking an absolute treat. Wests made 244, Manly bowled out for 232 in reply. Campbelltown all out for just 84 at Old Kings Oval against Parramatta. Home side chased it down, losing 3 wickets along the way. So Campbelltown certainly dialed in today. I'm sure Jason Frazier had a few stern words at training during the week. And the boys are certainly on deck today and on focus. Bowling's been very economical from all 4 players. That one is a catch. Jay Lenton is on his way. A 3rd wicket for Campbelltown. Henry Rails strikes again. Another catch to the Ghosts. And a 3rd wicket goes down with the score on 54. That's the end of 17 overs. And Campbelltown certainly in control of this one. To be delighted with what they're seeing at the moment, the home team. Manly have got a tough task in front of them at the moment. Lenton makes his way back up the stairs to the rooms. No doubt rather disappointed. After 17 overs. Should be Blake Smith to continue from the Raby end, from the Emerald Hills end rather. Matt Brewster, the new man, in at 5. Should be Farrell facing Matt Brewster facing. Tries to turn that one around the corner. He does get enough of it. Carlisle chases after it. They'll come back for 2. 3 for 56. Wicket catch taken by the captain, Toby Flynn Duncan. That last over. Dead ball there, signalled by the umpire. Smith comes in, bowls. Farrell wanted to advance, did so, but was pushed into the offside. No chance of a run. 56 the scoreline in the 18th over. Mike Sheedy today. Great to have your company. Smith in. Farrell on the back foot. Puts it into the covers and will get a couple of runs here. They'll take an easy 2. Brendan Smith fires in the return from the deep. On the bounce. Farrell on 13. Brewster yet to face. Two balls remaining in the over. Another economical one from Blake Smith. Now, last ball of the over. Brewster pushes into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket by Toby Flynn Duncan, the captain. He'd be happy right now. 18 overs down, 3 for 58 the score. Brewster yet to score, and Farrell 13.
Yeah.
So the rails to continue from the Raby end. Farrell just pushes to mid-on, no run. Rails 1 for 12 off 4.1 overs. Defended into the offside, no run. Who's in now. Tries to drop it into the offside but can't. Doesn't beat the field. The chat. Rails in now, bowling to Ryan Farrell. Play and a miss. Was there an edge? They go up. The umpire does not join them. Rails was up very quickly for that one. Was very interested in the appeal for the court behind. Patterson was up. No joy from the umpire there at the Raby end. way in again. Left arm over, bowling to Ryan Farrell. That one surprises him and falls safely just wide of Toby Flynn Duncombe. That was a good one there from Wales. That surprised the Manly player. He didn't quite pick that one, and it's got a bit big on him. Just to the right of the Campbelltown captain. Couldn't find a way to get his hands around it. Remains 3 for 59. Rails in again, last ball of the over to Farrell. Who leaves outside off through to Patterson, no run. 3 for 59 after 19. Blake Smith to continue from the Raby end. Brewster facing Smith, and he's bowled him. So Smith takes another wicket. Campbelltown take a fourth this morning. Campbelltown really doing a number on the visitors this morning. 4 for 59 in the 20th over. So Brewster makes his way for a duck, bowled Blake Smith, who joins the wicket party today. Carlisle with 2 early, Rails and Smith 1 each now. 4 for 59 in the 19th, in the 20th over in fact, 19.1. Man is Edmund Hole making his way out for the visitors. 33 runs at 33 in the one-day competition. Smith takes his first wicket of the day. He's got 1 for 8 off 4.1. Smith around the wicket to hold the left-hander. He comes now. That's beaten everybody. That'll run away towards the boundary at long leg. Just reeled in inside the rope, the relay throw. They come back for 2 wides, according to the umpire. So the score to 4 for 61. Excuse me. 4 for 62 the score in fact. That'll be another wide. there. Ray comes in, they take the single. Do they take the single? I don't think they have. So it's 4 for 63. We've now caught up. Smith in, that one just pushed into the leg side, no run. A chance for a run there. Carlisle comes around the field. Smith in. Farrell tries to advance and drives that one into the offside. That'll run away for 4. A much needed boundary for Manly. It's 4 for 68. Smith in. Farrell drives. Beats the man in close, but mid-off does the fielding. And that's over. So a good one for the Ghosts. 4 for 69 after 20. Should be Rails to continue successful spell from the Raby end.
Hello, how are you?
So it's 4 for 69. Rails in. That one driven into the deep for a single. Scoreboard showing 4 for 69. That one through to Patterson outside off. Farrell on 19. Hole on 1. Campbelltown really putting the clamps on here. very economical today, Campbelltown. Not giving away too many runs. So the end of the 21st over is approaching, rails in. Hole tried to pull that one through square leg, got an inside edge, it dropped to the ground. That's the end of the over, 21 down here at Raby. 4 for 70, Manly batting first after being sent in. A curious decision from Toby Flynn Duncombe to send the opposition in. But at face value, it appears as though it's been a good one, with Campbelltown certainly in control of this one. Looks like we can have another bowling change, are we? Or is it going to be Blake Smith to continue? No, it will be the offie to continue on. Smith has 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. They won't add to that tally with that off drive. Run rate going at 3.31 and over at the moment, so certainly no relief from Campbelltown. Smith in over the wicket. Farrell lets that one go through. It's a wide. 4 for 71. It's 11 wides today. That one stayed low. That one stayed down. Farrell expected that one to bounce. It was more like the Indian pitch at the Wanketi. Over of 10 here, Manly. That's the biggest one of the day, and then a little smaller overs around that. So a quicker one. Find that in. Past man at the slip. Balls remaining in the 22nd over. 4 for 71 the score. Gets for a run there. Right over from Smith. 25 dots out of his 35. Here comes last ball of the over. That one outside off through to Patterson. No run. So he's had 26 dots out of his 6 overs, with 1 for 19 and a maiden included in that. Score is 4 for 71 after 22 overs. Mike Sheen with you on Macarthur Sports Radio and through the Cricket New South Wales live stream. The Simply WordPress web design scoreboard reading 4 for 71. All our stats thanks to Forte Financial Services. Hello to David Bowen once again. Thank you for your continued support in 2023. Thank all our sponsors for their continued support throughout the season. Without them we wouldn't be able to function. Simply WordPress web design. Gabriel and the team there at Simply WordPress, keeping MacArthurSportsRadio.com running. Looks like we'll have a bowling change here with Luke Courtney coming into the attack, replacing Henry Rails. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Courtney has the figures of 4 overs, none for 25. And the expensive one of the quartet so far today, going at 6 1/4 and over so far. Here comes a swing and a miss. That's a wide outside off, called by the umpire. 4 for 72. Wides and 3 leg byes in the total of 72. Only 59 off the bat. Courtney in. That one steered down to deep third for an easy single. 4 for 73 now. Courtney coming over the wicket now. Just the side screen here. Farrell 19, hole 2. Wickets to fall. Beadle bowled Carlisle for 2. Foster caught Clark, bowled Carlisle 21. Lenton caught Flynn Duncombe, bowled Rails 14. And Brewster bowled Smith for a second ball duck. They were the wickets to fall today. Comes Farrell. Then comes Courtney rather, bowling to Farrell, who steers that one down to deep third for an easy single. We're going to see Courtney bowling around the wicket. Bowling around the wicket to Hole, the left-hander. Through to the keeper outside off, no run. So Courtney around the wicket, bowling to the left-hander Edmund Hull, who's on 2. Courtney in, cramped him up, half a stifled appeal there from the Campbelltown players. I wasn't interested, but half a stifled appeal there. Courtney around the wicket, bowling to Hole now. In he comes. Wanted the single there, Hole, but he's sent back by Farrell. A loud call of no. Four for 74 in the 23rd over. Courtney in, bowls to Hole. He drops it into the covers, into the point region, but no chance of a run. That's the end of the over. 4 for 74 after 23. Campbelltown really putting the screws on the visitors today, giving them nothing. The top scorer is Joel Foster's 21, Farrell unbeaten on 20. So now we'll have a bowling change from the Raby end, from the Emerald Hills end rather. It'll be Ryan Clark into the attack. Haven't seen him bowl much, so all I can tell you is he's taken 3 wickets, 3 for 47 off 13.3 overs. Take one there, Dot so it goes out to mid-off. Clark from the Emerald Hills end. Oh, was there an edge there? I think there might have been. That'll run away towards the boundary for 4. Just whether it came off the bat, the umpire says it did. So Farrell goes to 24. 4 for 78. 24th over. Like the 5th bowler used by Toby Flynn Duncombe today. Full toss beats the man at deep point. That'll run away towards the boundary. Has it got enough? No. He'll be reeled in just inside the rope and they'll take 2. Farrell to 26. 4 for 80. He's keeping that run rate at better than 3 and over. Not really getting going, but still above 3 and over. Clark in. Farrell just cuts to point off the back foot. No run. Clark in off a handful of paces, in quickly. Outside off that one, fizzed into the gloves of Tom Patterson, the keeper. 1 ball remaining in the 24th over, nearly at halfway, and it's 4 for 80. Manly being sent into bat. Clark in. It'll be 4 for 80 after 24 overs. Clark going for 6 off his first over. Courtney to continue from the Raby end. Second over of his second spell. None for 28. His figures off 5. Farrell on 26. Hole 2. In comes Courtney around the wicket. Play and a miss outside off. Through to Patterson. Getting a little cool here at Raby this morning as we approach high noon. I don't think there was any forecast of rain today, was there? A possible shower. So let's see what the weather computer says. Nothing, only a chance of a shower this afternoon. Looks like Christmas will be a rather wet one in Sydney town this year. That one nearly cannons into the stumps. No run. Remains 4 for 80 in the 25th over, halfway. Halfway home. Campbelltown would certainly like a total probably under 200. Courtney in, hole, turns that one through square leg for an easy single. Go to 3, 4 for 81. Been a busy little morning of cricket here at Raby. Play continues for the final day of 2023. We'll be back, I believe it's January 13, with an away match for Campbelltown. They're at Blacktown in round 11. Another one-dayer for Manly. They're off to Bankstown Oval to take on the Bulldogs after the Christmas break. Courtney in, that one defended. No run from Ryan Farrell. Really keeping the clamps on here. 4 for 81 at almost halfway. It's going to be a cloudy day, if not a fine day. A little on the warmer side, but certainly not as bad as it was 2 weeks ago. Farrell just pushes that one into the leg side, no run. Almost at halfway. Courtney in his 6th over has none for 29. And from the Raby end now, last ball of the over. That was an effort ball, steered down to Nick Appleton in the deep. He'll take the single. Farrell keep the strike. That'll be the end of the over. Halfway here at Raby, and Manly 4 for 82 at the midway point. Certainly a lot below what they'd like to be on. Just looking at their Manhattan, it looks more like a country town than a major city. Clark, 1 over for 6. Courtney, 6 overs, none for 30, his figures. 4 bowlers, the 4 other bowlers have each bowled 6 overs. Clark in, and that'll be driven through the offside nicely for 4. That was a lovely cover drive from Ryan Farrell. He goes to 31, 4 for 86. Clark over the wicket. Just pushed by Farrell into the offside, no run. Clark in again. Farrell got surprised by that one. So into the second half of the innings, and no doubt Manly looking for a few more runs to the total. Not quite sure what the delay is here. It might be one of the... an issue with one of the... Oh, is there a catch or a stumping? Umpire says no. No, not out. Nothing doing. Dot ball into the book. Tom Patterson was very keen. No joy on that occasion for Ryan Clark. Trapped on the pad there. No run. One ball to come in the 26th over. Clark in. Cover Farrell, no run. Into the over, 26 down, 4 for 86. Score, Clark bowling 2 overs, none for 10. Courtney 6 overs, none for 30, going into need 5 and over. 2 of them both going at 5 and over. Courtney to continue from the Raby end. 7th over. Bowling figures in brief. Carlisle 6 overs, 2 for 11. Courtney 6 overs, none for 30. Rails 6 overs, 1 for 13. Blake Smith 6 overs, 1 for 19. Courtney in. That one is pulled through square leg. One bounce into the fence for 4. Lovely shot there from Hole. Got hold of a short one and dispatched that one through square leg for 4. He goes to 7. 4 for 90. I can tell you the perils of working near the canteen as the food starts wafting. The smell drifts across where we're broadcasting from and makes very difficult to concentrate. The smell of the food here at Raby, very, very appealing.
Batting netting!
Rails has 22 wickets now. Blake Smith 19. And Carlisle, former Ghost, returning to Raby, has 2 to his name today. Yeah, that's his first 2 for the season. Courtney in over the wicket. Plays and misses. Courtney went up for a caught behind, but Patterson and everybody else was not interested. So not out. Ruling there. Just working near the canteen, the food starts to smell very appealing. Putting on 31 here, Hole and Farrell for the 5th wicket. Last wicket going at 59. Brewster was bowled Blake Smith for a second ball duck. Courtney in, one defended. Back down the pitch, no run. Approaching midday Eastern daylight time in Sydney town, on the southwestern outskirts of Sydney here at Raby. Mike Sheen with you this afternoon or this morning, still morning for a couple of minutes anyway. Mike Sheen with you from MacArthurSportsRadio.com and the Cricket New South Wales live stream. Great to have your company today, wherever you are. Courtney in. No one wraps him on the pad. Big appeal from Campbelltown. They all went up. The umpire did not join him. And the finger stayed down. Inquiry comes. One of the players. They've only just been missing, if it was missing, from Duncan, rather frustrated, no doubt. Farrell remains 31 not out. Last ball of the over, Courtney in, bowls to Farrell, who I think got an inside edge on that. That'll run away down to deep fine leg for a single. So Farrell will keep the strike. He's on 32. Hole on 7. And it's 4 for 92. 4 for 91 rather. After 27 overs. Big Clark to continue from the Emerald Hills end of the ground.
Square leg.
First ball of the new over, defended away by Farrell. It's 4 for 90, 4 for 93, I think 4 for 92. Now they'll take a single here. Manly through Farrell. Now it's 4 for 93. Just getting a little ahead of myself. Scoring. So Holes on 8. Farrell 33. His partnership putting on 34. Certainly won't be breaking any club scoring records for the 5th wicket. That's wrapped him on the pad. Big appeal. They all went up. And the umpire says no. Campbelltown can't believe that was given not out. Clark, almost incredulous on the pitch, can't believe that was not given. He was adamant that was out, but the umpire kept his finger in his pocket and said not out. Clark just waiting for the field to settle. And he comes round the wicket. No one driven along the ground. Fielded in close, no run. I was certain that was going to be a wicket there 2 balls ago. They were adamant that was going to be out. The umpire said no. That one beats the man at short extra cover. 2 fielders come around. Appleton will claim, and they'll come back for 2. So 3 off the over, 28 down, 4 for 95. Hole is on 10, Farrell 33. It'll be Courtney to continue from the Raby end. 7 overs, none for 36 for him. Run rate 3.39, so just ticking it over nicely. Certainly not breaking any records today with the scoring or the rate. Looking to post somewhere around 200, I would reckon. Maybe a little bit more than that. Try and make it competitive. Courtney in over the wicket. That one just steered off the face of the bat down to deep third for an easy single. Farrell to 34. 4 for 96. The one cut through the offside, but doesn't beat the man at point. Good fielding from Campbelltown. That's been a focus today. The fielding has been excellent from the home team. Hole on 10. Farrell 34. Around the wicket. Courtney in. Again, a chance of a run. Courtney's really tightened up in the last few overs in his second spell. 28 dots in his 7.5 overs, none for 37. He has been hit for the only 2 sixes of the match. Courtney round the wicket, bowls. Hole beats, doesn't quite beat the diving fielder, but they get the single anyway. They get the single regardless. 4 for 97. Didn't beat the diving man, I think it was Flynn Duncombe or... Blake Smith diving away at short extra cover. Couldn't prevent the single. Courtney over the wicket. One driven to mid-off, or to mid-on rather, no run. 1 ball remaining in the 29th over. Courtney over the wicket bowling to Ryan Farrell, who's in now. And defended back down the pitch. No chance of a run. So 29 overs complete here at Raby. 4 for 97 the score. Farrell 34, hole 11. Courtney has 8 overs, no maidens, none for 38. It'll be Ryan Clark continuing from the Emerald Hills end. Used to be the broadcast end. It will be, I believe, in about 9 or 10 months' time. There's some construction work. Won't be able to see that on the camera, but construction work going on behind the sight screen at the Emerald Hills end. So that'll be completed, I believe, around October, November next year. A new training facility, which will include, I'm pleased to say, some new broadcast facilities for us to work from. That one's been hit high into the air. Has it got enough? The man's coming back. No, he can't take it. Tough chance there for Appleton. They'll take 2. That was a very tough chance over the shoulder. And he just couldn't quite settle on it. Nick Appleton to take the catch. 4 for 99 in the 30th over. Nearly a brilliant catch from the top order batsman. Just couldn't hold on to it. Clark in again to hole. This time he tries to turn a full ball through square leg, but no success. 4 for 99. 30th over. That one is sliced away fine. Carlisle gets downfield, keeps it to 1. Good fielding there from Big Ian Carlisle. And that brings up the 100 off 187 deliveries, 126 minutes, 6 4s and 2 6s in that century. Clark over the wicket. That one pushed back down the pitch. No run. Farrell 34. Hole 14, it's 4 for 100. They won't be adding with the bat, but it'll be a wide. Another sundry to the total, 4 for 101. That's 16 in total, 13 wides. One driven to mid-off, no run. 30 overs down here at Raby Sports Complex. Manly 4 for 101. After being sent into bat first by Toby Flynn Duncombe. Mike Sheen with you on MacArthurSportsRadio.com and the Cricket New South Wales live stream. Great to have your company today here at Raby. I'll look around the grounds at some of the other scores in round 10 of Sydney grade cricket. Emerald Hills End, where Clark's bowling from. The training facility that was there, for those who know it, has been demolished completely, including our old broadcast position. Clark in, that one driven down the ground. Clark got a hand on it. They'll take a single. A bit confusing there. They got a touch on it. They took a single. Farrell 37, 4 for 106. Clark around the wicket to hole. Squared up. Pushes back down the pitch. No run. One cut into the offside. Beats the diving cover. Fielder can't prevent the single. 4 for 107. Going through the 32nd over. So just a slight field adjustment. One over the wicket. He's alternating the left and right handers. Take another single. 108. Doesn't turn it on the side here at Raby. The breeze has picked up the Raby doctor. Coming in nice and early. Single here. Manly. 4 for 109. The over defended back down the pitch, no run. 32 overs down, 4 for 109 Manly after being sent in. What Toby Duncan does here with his bowling options. Going to continue with Luke Meek, I think he will. Over so far, the change bowler. Went for 4 off that first over. Big in, right arm over. That one bounced up like it struck a hole in the helmet, but no damage done, thankfully. Third over underway. Saturday afternoon, a beautiful Saturday, mild. There's a few kids out on the hill, a few spectators here, good to see. Back in. No one driven to point, no run. 109 after 32.2 overs. Once watching on the live stream, you can see that. Sharing with you this afternoon on MacArthurSportsRadio.com and the Cricket New South Wales live stream. Meek comes in. One chopped down. Patterson nearly a chance to flick it on. 33rd over. Partnership is 50 between Hole and Farrell. Campbelltown will have another wicket or two in a hurry here. I wonder when Flynn Duncan will go back to his strike bowlers. That one wrapped on the pad, half an appeal. Patterson came out from behind the stumps to do the fielding. And no run. 4 for 109. in, bowls. That one's hit high and deep. There's a man there. And it's gone over the rope for 6. Couldn't keep it in. Good effort from Appleton again. Tough chance trying to get himself into position. And tried to parry it up, but unfortunately it bounced the wrong way and over the rope for 6. 4 for 115. Manly in the 33rd over. That was a tough chance down below us for Appleton to take. Back down the pitch for no run. End of the over, 6 off it. 4 for 115 after 33. Are we going to have a drink? No, I think we'll have one more. Some drinks not too far away here at Raby. Clark to continue from the Emerald Hills end. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 21. He was finishing that point about the development here. There'll be a new training facility, and I'm told there will be some broadcast facilities available. Clark in. Farrell beaten by that one. I'll take 1, and what's the umpire going to signal? Buys. 1 buy to the total, 4 for 116. Yes, there will be broadcast facilities. Hopefully we'll be very close to the bowler's arm. And I'm hearing that should be ready in about October, November next year. So fingers crossed. That one driven to mid-off. No chance of a run. 4 for 116 in the 34th. Doesn't beat Carlisle at short third, short 45, whatever you want to call it. Clark only off a handful of paces. That one's lofted high and deep, and that will go all the way. That one all the way for 6. Manly players applauding Ned Hull for his 6 hitting. That one's taken him to 30 in quick time. 2 6s and a 4. Try and get hold of the next one. 4 for 122 the score in the 34th over. Back down the pitch and no run, end of the over. That's 34 down. And we are going to have a break. Looks like we are anyway. We'll take a drinks break here at Raby. 4 for 122 after 34 overs. We'll have a drink and be back shortly. Final stages of this Manly Warringah innings here on MacArthurSportsRadio.com. And welcome back to Raby Sports Complex. Had our second drinks break in the morning session. The first session of play, it's 4 for 122 Manly after being sent into bat. Luke Meek will continue from the Raby end after the drinks break. We've all had a little refreshment. Let's see what the final 16 overs can produce. First ball, final spell brings a single for Farrell. He goes to 39, or to 30 rather. No, I was right the first time. 39. Hole is 30. 4 for 123. Meek, only right arm medium. Wrapped on the pad, half an appeal. Patterson comes out from behind the stumps to field. Can't prevent the run, which is a leg by. 4 for 124. Over number 35. Meek in, and that one just dropped behind the keeper on the offside. No run. Campbelltown really keeping the pressure on today. 4 for 124. Meek in now, left, right arm over. That one cut down to Appleton in the deep. Fires in the return, the left-hander. Fires in the return, can't prevent the single. 4 for 125 in the 35th over. Single to the total. 4 for 126 with one ball remaining in the 35th over. Farrell 40, hole 31. Farrell 40 off 90 balls. Hole a lot quicker, 31 off 49. Playing a miss outside off from Farrell, another dot. That's the end of the over. 35 overs down here at Raby, 4 for 126. Farrell 40, hole 31. Ryan Clark continuing from this Emerald Hills end of the ground. Northern end. Clark around the wicket. Wrapped on the pad, big appeal. No, again. Clark perplexed why he cannot get a wicket. Hole. He moves to 32, 4 for 127. Educated edge there from Ryan Farrell. They'll take one and they'll come back for an easy two. So two more to the total, 4 for 129. 36th over. 14 more overs to go after this. Appleton into the short straight mid-on. Silly mid-on. Cut into the offside, no run. Lucky, ball of the over. That one stayed down. Farrell did well to keep that off the pads. It's the end of the over. Another successful one all round. Only 3 runs off it, so Manly will be happy to keep that run rate ticking along. It's a bit over 3.5. 4 for 129 after 36. Looks like we're going to have another bowling change here. Looks like we're going back to Rail back into the attack, so Meeks out, 3 overs for 13. Rail back into the attack, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Economy rate at 2.17 if you don't mind, so certainly not giving away too much. The left armour comes in. That one driven on the bounce. The man at extra cover, no run. Farrell 42 off 95 in 110 minutes. 3 fours, Hole 32 off 52 in 64 minutes. 1 4 and 2 sixes in his knocks so far. Comes Rail. Advances down the pitch to his Hole and sends that one all the way. The applause from the Manly players and supporters. That one carried all the way. That one's been sent down to the walkway at the southern end. Just waiting for the ball to be retrieved. That Raby end of the ground. It has been retrieved, I see. So we're right to resume play. Hole 38, Farrell 42, 4 for 135. Manly just starting to build a little bit. Just starting to get the run rate up. Partnership of 76. Comes Rails now. That one driven into extra cover. No chance of a run. Plenty of support coming from around the ground. The Campbelltown team vocal in their support. Rail 1 for 19 in his 7th over. In he comes. Struck him on the body. They'll go for a quick single and get there. Umpire will say it's a leg bye. 4 for 136 in over number 37. Rails in now, bowling to Farrell. Nice on drive. Doesn't beat the man at mid-wicket though. No run. Rails in, left arm over that one. Flat batted through mid-wicket. There's a sweeper in the deep though. He'll cut it off, but they come back for 2. That's the end of the over. 37 down, 4 for 138. Hole 38, Farrell 44. You would expect to see the likes of Carlisle, Rails, Smith bowl out. Courtney, he's only got 2 remaining. Luke Courtney. Carlisle, the strike weapon. Speaking of which, I think we're going to see him right now. We are. 6 overs, 2 for 11. Carlisle, his first match back in Campbelltown in several years. Speaking of the club scorer this morning and statistician, trying to work out how long it's been. It's been several years since he played here as a junior. Been down in Tasmania, plying his trade with the Tigers in the Shield and the One Day Cup. Now back in the Campbelltown colours in southwest Sydney. In he comes, right arm around. Play to miss outside off, no run. In comes Carlisle, right arm around. Bowling to Hole, who's clean bowled. Takes the top of off stump, and that's the end of that partnership. So Hole departs. Bowled Carlisle for a well-made 38. And it's 5 for 138 in the 38th over. So a much needed breakthrough there. Lachlan Coit, the new man in. There's number 7. Hole bowled Carlisle for 38 off 57 balls in 69 minutes, 1 4, 3 6s. Strike rate of 66.6 6-7. And Carlisle does the damage again, takes a third wicket this afternoon now. As the figures of 3 for 11 off 6.2. That was a lovely ball. Man Carlisle hitting the top of off. Clean bowled him. Carlisle just directing traffic. Sitting his field where he wants it. Campbelltown relieved to have that wicket. Coit now on strike. Lachlan Coit faces Ian Carlisle, and that one runs away for 4 byes. So that one doesn't go against the bowler or the batsman, but beats everybody through to the fence for 4. 5 for 142. Will be in a moment. Quite caught up with the scoreboard. Carlisle in again. Ducks under a short one. So that's the one for the over. Now the score's adjusted. 5 for 142. Run rate 3.79, so not exactly world beating, but certainly going to post a tidy total here. Manly. Carlisle in. One driven to mid-on. Doesn't beat the captain in Flynn Duncombe. No run. Still to come, Foreman, Hadley, Kay and Seward for Manly. Looking to get somewhere around 200 odd, I would think. Carlisle from the Emerald Hills end. Bowls to Coit. Plays and misses outside off through to Patterson, the keeper. No run. That's the end of the over. A successful one for Campbelltown. The wicket of Hole bowled Carlisle for 38. 5 for 142 after 38 overs. Farrell not out 44. Coit not out 0. See Rails continuing from the Raby end. There's both Carlisle and Rails have 3 overs remaining. Courtney 2, Smith 4, Clark 3. On a play and a miss outside off. Rails around the wicket. Breeze here at Raby this afternoon. Comes Rails around the wicket. That one steered down to Appleton at deep third. I'll take a single. Five for 143 in the 39th over. Beautiful afternoon here at Raby. Temperature sitting at around 25 degrees. It's a slight chance of a shower this afternoon, but otherwise looking like a beautiful afternoon. The flags flying off to our right between the number 1 and the number 2 oval. Number 2 oval actually nearer to Raby Road. Rails in. One driven by Coit. Doesn't beat mid-wicket. Still 5 for 143. Yes, the flags between the number 1 and number 2 oval. The flag poles. Looks like we've got some new flags on the flag poles. Number 2 oval nearest Raby Road as you enter. That one steered, he charged that one from rails, steered it down to Appleton at deep third for a single. 5 for 144. 39th over of play. So 66 more balls after this over. Rails round the wicket to Farrell. Turns it backward of square. They'll just get the one. Farrell to 46. 5 for 145. Overs and 1 ball remaining. 67 deliveries left. They can add another 67. 212 if my maths is right. That one driven down the ground. That'll run away for 4. Lovely drive down the ground from Lachlan Coit. He's on 5. Into the over. 5 for 149 after 39. Coit 5. Farrell 46. Carlisle to continue from the Emerald Hills end. 3 overs remaining for him. So he'll bowl 40, 42 and 44 you would think. Carlisle runs away from our end. Slightly side on, but from our end of the ground. One outside off. Farrell wanted a sundry. Didn't get the call his way. 65 balls to go in the innings. 5 for 149. Manly. Farrell 46, the top score. Coit 5. Put on a big partnership with Ned Hole for that 5th wicket. 79 off 113 in 69 minutes. Farrell 31, Hole 38. That one just steered to a deepish point, no run. This pair have put on a quick fire 11 off 12. Carlisle runs away from us, bowls to Farrell, down the leg side, that'll run away, that's a wide, and they'll come back for 2. So 3 wides, 2 the total. That's the 150 for Manly, 5 for 152, 150 coming off 247 deliveries. 167 minutes, 7 4s, 5 6s. Carlisle in, that one driven straight down the ground. Carlisle got a hand on it. Tried to deflect it towards the stumps, couldn't do so. Ryan Farrell remains 46 not out. Here comes Carlisle bowling to Ryan Farrell now, who drops that one down deep third. They'll take one, and that's all they'll get. Just the single. 5 for 153. Good crowd here at Raby this afternoon. Good to see. No doubt a few visitors from the northern beaches made their way to the southwest. Would be a bit of a trip from the northern beaches to Raby. Dare say it'll take you a little while to get here. In comes Carlisle now. 2 balls left in his over. One driven straight down the ground. Does beat the fielder. A misfield there. Will that go all the way? Yes. Does reach the rope for 4. Coit goes to 9, 5 for 157. Nearly his second game in first grade, Lachlan Coit for the season. Here he came from Big Henry Rails. Tried to get down, but couldn't shut it. Couldn't get there in time. In fact, it was Luke Courtney. My apologies. One driven down the ground again. That beats both the fielders. That won't reach the fence. I'll take another 2. Flynn Duncombe does the fielding on that occasion. That's the end of the over. A good one for Manly. They've taken 10 off that one. 5 for 159 after 40. So now we start the happy hour. 60 deliveries left in the innings. Another 60 gives them 219, and that'd be quite a handy total. The run rate nearly 4 and over, sitting at 3.98 at present. So will be Rails continuing from the Raby end. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. 33 dots in that collection of 40 balls, or 48 rather. That's a little bit off today. Now Rails in from the Raby end. Bowls to Farrell. On the up, drives through the covers. They'll take 1, and they'll come back for a second on the throw to the bowler's end. Gets there in time. Good running. Takes Farrell to 49. 5 for 151. 161 rather. 5 for 161 in the 41st over. Here comes Rails round the wicket. Slower ball. Slow bumper, slow bouncer there. I'll take the single, and that should give Ryan Farrell his 50. It does. Well made 50 for Ryan Farrell off 106 balls in 130 minutes with 3 fours in that knock. You could hear the applause from the Manly players and supporters. 50 off 106 balls in 130 minutes to Ryan Farrell. Coit turns that next one to square leg for a single. He goes to 12, a quick fire 12 off 10. So we've got the scoring rate up today. Lachlan Coit, 5 for 163 in the 41st. Rails around the wicket to Farrell. One wraps him. Looks like he got him on the arm. Just walks away and reassesses that shot. Didn't quite get the one he wanted there. So 5 for For 163, 41st over. 56 balls to go. They've had a big over here going. This over hasn't been too big. They've gone for 4. Last over went for 1. Rails in. And just dropped down to deep third. Appleton comes into field. Won't prevent the single. Trying the bounce to Tom Patterson, the keeper. 5 for 164. Rails, last ball of the over. That one's a short one. Slow ball there. Slow bouncer. Coit can do nothing but watch it sail past. That's the end of 41 overs. 5 for 164. Coit 12. Farrell 51. Now Rails has 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33. Looks like it'll be a change in bowling. Blake Smith back into the attack. Carlisle's spell comes to an end. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Took the wicket of Ned Hole for 38. Wayne bowled. Off stump. So 9 overs to go. Smith has 4. So if he bowls out from this end, he'll bowl 42, 44, 46 and 48 overs. I would imagine the Quicks will bowl out from the other end, the Raby end. Smith around the wicket. To Farrell, wrapped on the pad, big appeal. This time he's given. This time he strikes. The change worked for Toby Flynn Duncombe and the Ghosts. Farrell goes LBW Smith for a well-made 51. 6 for 164 is the score here at Raby Sports Complex this afternoon. For 164 here at Raby. Bertie Foreman, the new man, out to the middle, replacing Ryan Farrell. He comes off to the applause of the Manly supporters and teammates. Made a well-made 51 before he was LBW to Blake Smith. Smith has 2 for 19 in his 7th over. 6 for 164. Foreman to take strike. Signal given, right arm over, 5 to right arm around rather, 5 to come for Bertie Foreman. Coit at the other end with a quick fire 12 off 11. Was the wicket they needed, Campbelltown. One driven into the offside. They'll take a quick single. Won't get past the captain who can't prevent the single. So Foreman's off the mark. He's 1. Coit 12. 6 for 165. Seeing a few of the spectators and players tucking into some lunch. Famous Raby chicken burger is on the menu today. Good to see. That one takes it inside edge and spun sharply. Coit will get 2. He goes to 14. 6 for 167 in the 42nd over. 57 balls remaining. Sorry, make that 51 if my maths is right. That one's been lofted high, a full toss. And that's gone into the construction side. It's gone for 6. Not sure how they're going to retrieve that one. It's landed into the construction side. Looks like one of the Manly players might be kindly ducking into the construction site to retrieve it. This one will need an inspection. Looks like it's landed on the grass, has it? Just trying to retrieve it into the construction site. Might need an extra pair of hands in there to fish that one out. Short delay here. In the meantime, no, it has been retrieved. Ian Carlisle has it in his possession. Sends it back towards the middle now. No doubt the umpire would like to have a look at it, make sure it's still in condition. He says it is. Blake Smith can continue his bowling from the Emerald Hills end of the ground. Next one outside off through to the keeper. It's Andrew Hamilton standing at the Emerald Hills end. And Syed Humayun is at the Raby end. An appeal there from Clark, no run. That's the end of the over. Another successful one for the Ghosts. 6 for 173 after 42. It's the lunch break drawing near, so looks like we'll have another bowling change here at the Raby end. Looks like it'll be Luke Courtney back into the attack. He's got 2 overs to go. Rails comes to an end with his spell. 3 overs, none for 20. Courtney, 8 overs, none for 38. And he comes round the wicket. That one paddled round the corner. Appleton comes in. They wanted a second, but it wasn't there. Good fielding from Appleton. Keeps it to 1. 6 for 174. Third over underway. 43. In fact, 41 balls remaining in the innings. The lower grades having some lunch here at Raby. Courtney in. That one steered wide. The sweeper comes in at deep third. They'll come back for 2. Good fielding there from Appleton. Can't prevent the 2. Coit goes to 22 off 16. 6 for 176. He's made a quick fire. 22 off 16. Lachlan Coit. 2 fours and a 6. Only 24 minutes at the crease. He's done a very good job in that short time. Courtney in. Play to miss outside off. Through to the keeper, Patterson. No run. Now Courtney runs in from the Raby end, bowling to Coit. He drives on the up over the head of Flynn Duncombe. There's a sweeper in the deep. They'll come back for two. Throw to the bowler's end. Made it in time. Ian Carlisle with the arm. He got there in time. Two more to the total. 6 for 178 in the 43rd. Courtney in again. Swing and a miss outside off through to Patterson. Good response there from Courtney. Which 24 off 19. Foreman 2 from 2. Courtney none for 43 in his 9th over. Courtney in last ball of the over to Coit, who advances, drives over the top, finds the sweeper at long on. They'll come back for a second, and the misfield there means they make it easily. Two more to the total, so 6 for 180 after 43. So they're certainly ticking along nicely here, the visitors. Take a final swing around the grounds. Smith prepares to continue from the Emerald Hills end at North Sydney Oval. Sydney Uni 7 for 249 against Norths. Mossman, after being sent in, 6 for 208 against Hawkesbury. Fairfield Liverpool 8 for 241 after winning the toss and batting against St George at Hurstville. Smith in, that one ramped over the top. That'll be into the fence for 4. Certainly original from Bertie Foreman, a ramp over the top of Tom Patterson, and there was no way he was going to stop that. 6 for 184. So Fairfield Liverpool 8 for 241 against St George at Hurstville. At Waverley, Randwick Petersham 5 for 192 after being sent in against Easts. At Drummoyne, Sydney winning the toss and sending Gordon in, 7 for 255. That one beats a diving fielder at mid-wicket. They take a single. At Old Kings Oval, Parramatta 3 for 253 after being sent in against Penrith. At Pratton Park, Bankstown managed to struggle to 113 all out against Wests. That one down the leg side. And that'll run away for 4. Watch the signal from the umpire. It won't be runs, it'll be 4 wides. So we go to 6 for 190 in the 44th over. So Bankstown struggled to 113 all out against Wests at Pratton Park. At Blacktown, it's Northern District's 6 for 187 against University of New South Wales after winning the toss. And Blacktown Mounties managed 112 against Sutherland at Glen McGrath Oval. Taken a single there off the next ball. Coit to 27, 6 for 191. 39 balls remaining in the innings. The run rate up to 4.39. So they've really wound it up. Good fielding there by the captain, Toby Flynn. Duncombe prevents a run. 6 for 191. 32 balls, 38 balls remaining rather. Smith in. They'll get a single. And the groan of frustration from Smith there. He has 2 for 40 with 1 ball remaining in the 8th over. It's the Cockatoos and Wildlife. Yeah. Oh, it's been lofted high and hard and out. Taken by Flynn Duncombe in the deep. Good catch there by the captain. So it's 7 for 192 here at Raby. We thank Chris Abrahams, our local Liberty advisor, for his support during the year. Great to have him on board. First time supporter of Macarthur Sports Radio. Great to have him, local Liberty advisor in the southwest. That's the end of the over as well. At Raby, 7 for 192. The scoreboard hasn't quite caught up. A little bit behind the action here. New man in is Thomas Kay. Should be Courtney continuing from the Raby end. No, in fact it's Henry Rails back into the attack. That one doesn't get anywhere. Rails bowling his final over. There's the figures of 1 for 33. Courtney just the 1 over for 7. He's got 1 remaining. Carlisle's got 2. Smith has 2. So that should just about be the equation. That one's lofted high into the air. Flynn Duncombe takes another catch. Hit it easily. Took that one nicely. Toby Flynn Duncombe got under that one easily. Took a comfortable catch. So it's 8 for 192 Manly. Will's falling off late. Foreman out for a quick fire 8 off 8. 8 for 192. Here at Raby, 8 for 192. Henry Rails strikes with his first wicket of the day. New man in the middle is Brian Hadley. Joining Thomas Kay, neither of them have faced a delivery so far. So Foreman out for a quick fire 8 off 8. Duncombe has 3 catches today. Lenton caught off Henry Rails, so Rails has 2 now, 2 for 33. 8 for 192 in the 45th. So the wicket's been shared among the strike bowlers. Courtney yet to take one, he's got none for 45 off 9. Carlisle 3 for 21 off 8. Smith 3 for 40 off 8, and Rails in his final over has 2 for 33. In comes Rails around the wicket, bowling to Hadley, who defends. No run there, so 33 balls remaining, 8 for 192. Looks like a few of the locals heading inside to get a jump on the lunch queue. Let's see if I can jump that line myself in a moment. That one defended into the offside, no run. 2 balls remaining for Henry Rails. He'll bowl out his 10 today. Mike Sheen with you on MacArthurSportsRadio.com and Cricket New South Wales live stream. Great to have you along this afternoon. Rails in. That one wraps Hadley on the pad. It might have been an inside edge there. No run. Anyway, off all of the wickets today. The big partnership was Hole and Farrell. 79 off 79 in 69 minutes. Best after that was Coyton Foreman, 28 in only 9 minutes. It went crazy. Rails in. One doesn't beat the man at short point. Take a single. And that's the end of the over. 45 down. 8 for 193 rather. 8 for 193 after 45 overs. Henry Rails' bowling stint is over. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. Smith to continue from the Emerald Hills end. He's got 2 overs to go. He'll be bowling around the wicket to Ryan Hadley, who's not out 1. Thomas Kay yet to score. He hasn't faced the ball yet, Thomas Kay. One doesn't beat the man at short mid wicket. No run. 8 for 193. Smith around the wicket. Hadley cuts. Doesn't beat the man at short third on the circle. I suspect Campbelltown might be behind in the over rate just a fraction. That one again chopped down. This time it does beat the man at short third, who retreats towards the scoreboard. Can't prevent 2 from being scored on that occasion. 8 for 195. Run rate at 4.3. 4.29 to be exact, but going at 4.3 and over. Hadley on 3. Waits for Smith, and he tickles that one around the corner. Rails fields. You can't prevent the single. 8 for 196. 26 balls left in the innings. There's another dot outside off. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. 8 for 197. 22 wides, 5 byes and 5 leg byes on my account this afternoon. That one gets an outside edge. Rails has to chase after it. They'll come back for a second. 2 more to the total. 8 for 199 after 46 overs. Looks like it'll be Ian Carlisle to bowl his final over now that Rails is complete. Carlisle's got 2 to go. Smith and Courtney 1 apiece. So those 4 will bowl out there 10. Brian Clark 7 overs, none for 30, and Luke Meek 3 overs, none for 13, the part-timer. In comes Carlisle from the Raby end. Play and a miss from Hadley there. 8 for 199. Hadley 4 from 9. K 2 off 2. Carlisle 8.1 overs, 3 for 21. Blake Smith 3 for 46 off 9. Carlisle in again. That one's been pulled square. There's a man on the fence. He keeps it in. And they'll come back for 2. So good work all around. That's the 200 for Manly. 8 for 201. 200 off 291 deliveries. 198 minutes, 9 fours and 6 sixes in that tally of 201. Hadley's on 6. Carlisle in with him now. He just steers that one down to Appleton at deep third for the single. 8 for 202. In fact, they'll get a second. They'll get an overthrow. So it's 8 for 203. Take a single there. Eight for 204. Got the score correct. I have to make sure the tallies worked out correctly. Carlisle into K. Played out to the sweeper at deep point for a single. Eight for 205. Hadley 9, K3. One ball remaining in the 47th over. Carlisle in for his last ball of the day. Yorker dug out. Patterson has to scurry. Can't prevent the single. I'll take the run. 8 for 206 after 47. That's Ian Carlisle with 9 overs down. He's got 1 to come. Be Blake Smith to continue from the Raby end, the Emerald Hills end rather. He's got 1 over to come. He's got 3 for 46. Smith around the wicket. One swept nicely, doesn't beat the man at short fine leg though. I'll take a single. 8 for 207. Hadley 211. K3. There's 17 balls remaining in the innings. One's lofted over the square leg. They'll get 1. Do they want a second? Yes, they'll take it. The throw comes in from rails. Looked like that stung him as well, just a little bit, that throw. Might have felt something there. 2 more to the total, 8 for 209. 16 balls to go. Run rate at 4.42. Hadley 11, K5. Smith in. K cuts. Takes a single. For 210 with 15 balls remaining. Smith in, round the wicket. Hadley defends. Down the pitch. Smith able to field easily his own bowling. 2 balls remaining in the 10th over for Blake Smith. Tried to sweep it there, Hadley. Couldn't quite get hold of it. 8 for 210. Comes Smith now for his last ball. That one squirted away. Short third for a single, for no run, sorry. No run. That's the end of the over. 48 down. It's 8 for 210 Manly. Blake Smith has bowled out his 10 overs, 3 for 50. So it'll be pace to bring us home. And Carlisle from the Raby end has 1 over to spare, as does Luke Courtney. So they'll bowl out there 10 apiece, as we've mentioned. Just scrolling through the scores around the grounds, bar those 2 games where they've been bowled out rather quickly, it looks like 250 odds a good total today. 210 or 215 or whatever they end up with will be a score certainly below what they would have wanted. They get 1 there off the first ball of the second last over. Manly through Thomas Kay, he goes to 7. Hadley's 11. 8 for 211 is the score. Carlisle in, that one's pulled around the corner through square leg for a single. 8 for 212. Carlisle 3 for 30 in his 10th over, his final one. So only 10 balls remaining. I know they're a little bit behind over 8 here, Campbelltown, so there'll be a penalty of some sort. Carlisle in. Playing a miss outside off, through to the keeper. Plenty of chat coming through from the players out in the middle. Carlisle with 3 balls to go. 3 for 30 his numbers this afternoon. And he comes. That one's down the leg side. He'll have to have that one again. 8 for 213. Quick fire 21 this partnership for the 9th wicket. In comes Carlisle, steams in, right arm over that one. So that's just under the legal height for the short ball. So it's all fair. 8 balls to go, 8 for 213. I suspect both teams would be reasonably happy with the total that's on the board, 8 for 213. Campbelltown would be happy to keep Manly to a score like that, and after the start that Manly had, they'd probably be fairly happy to get to that total. Carlisle in, driven through mid-wicket for a single. Flynn Duncombe does the fielding. 7 balls to go. 8 for 214. Break this 9th wicket partnership, which is put on 22. I think the Ghosts might be just inside the time frame. I think they need to be out by 1:30, I think the time is. So they might just get away with it. Carlisle in, last ball of the over. They tried to work that one down to the deep. That's the end of the over. That's the end of Ian Carlisle's day. He's got the figures of 3 for 32 off 10 overs. And it should be Luke Courtney to bowl the final over. He's got 9 overs. None for 45. Blake Smith, his spell was 4 overs, 2 for 31. Ian Carlisle's out 3 for 32 off his 10 with a maiden. Only gone for those 32 off 15 balls. 45 dots in that collection as well. So high number of dots from all the bowlers today. Certainly done well here, Campbelltown. Courtney around the wicket last over. That'll be allowed to go. There was an appeal for a caught behind from Patterson. I think that was more in vain than anything serious. So 5 balls to go in the innings for Manly. 214 is their current total. How many more can they add in the final 5? Courtney's in. That one's lofted high and deep and caught nicely by Ian Carlisle in the deep. That was a good catch in the deep. He had to come in. Made a few metres in. Had to steady himself. So it's 9 for 214. That partnership comes to an end, and Josh Stewart, the number 11, just makes his way to the middle. So the final pair out in the middle for the final 4 balls. 9 for 214. We'll give you a full call of the card at the end of the innings. End of this over. So Luke Courtney setting the field for the final few deliveries. Coming over the wicket to Josh Seward. 9 for 214 is the score. Courtney has his first wicket of the day, with Kay caught Carlisle bowled Courtney for 8 off 11. Hadley's not out 12 off 19. Seward drives that one down to long on. They'll take 1. No, they thought about the second, but wisely decided against taking it. So Seward's off the mark. He's 1. Hadley's 12. 9 for 215 with 3 balls to go. And that will see out the 50 overs. So Manly will get their full allotment. I suspect Campbelltown won't be penalised too heavily. Courtney in, that one's been lofted high and long. I could almost put my hand out and catch it. That one went all the way for 6. Hadley got hold of all of that. Just about catch that one myself here in the commentary position. That was a long blow to cow corner for 6. For 221 with 2 balls to go. Here comes Courtney now. Bowls to Hadley. That one clubbed out to deep point. Get 1. That's all they'll get is 1. 9 for 222 with 1 ball remaining. Courtney in for the final ball of the innings. No one beats Patterson. In fact, he's bowled him. Pardon me, I thought he'd missed the stumps, but he's been bowled. Final ball. So Seward is out for 1. And we'll give you a full call of the card right now. So the first wicket to fall today was Ahlan Beadle, who was bowled Ian Carlisle for 2. Off 11 balls, it was 1 for 23. No, sorry, 1 for 17. Read the right line, 1 for 17. Second wicket to fall was Joel Foster, who was caught Clark, bowled Carlisle for 21 off 30. It was 2 for 36 at the time. And Jay Lenton was caught Flynn Duncan, bowled Rails for 14 off 26, 3 for 54. Matt Brewster was out, bowled Blake Smith for a second ball. Ducker was 4 for 59. Then came that handy partnership of 79 between Ned Hole and Ryan Farrell. In the end, Hole was bowled Carlisle for 38 off 57. It was 5 for 138 at that point. Farrell eventually dismissed LBW Smith for 51, 6 for 164. Coit was the next man out. Quickfire 27 off 22. Caught Flynn Duncan, bowled Smith. And it was 7 for 192, 8 for 192 when Foreman was caught Flynn Duncan, bowled Rails for 8 off 8. Hadley was the ninth. Oh, sorry. Kay was the 9th man out. Caught Carlisle, bowled Courtney, 9 for 214. And I just want to confirm they've got it as 10 down. I just wanted to double check that. So Seward was bowled Courtney for 1 off 2, 222 all out off 50 overs neat. So Campbelltown needs 223 at 4.44 and over to win. We'll take a break and be back shortly with the run chase. Campbelltown needing 223 to win.
TV, guess who was 1 and 2 last week? Who? Me and Queen. Really? Yeah, boy. I doubt it'll be you and Fab this week.
Glasses on. The glasses on his head. You want the glasses sign, Sammy? Show him the front. Not good enough today.
reckon will win?
Hopefully, Campbelltown.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to Raby Sports Complex, second half of the run chase, or our one-day match today. Campbelltown taking on Manly. Manly's posted 222 all out off their 50 overs. Now the task is for the Ghosts to chase it down. Can they go through with the job this afternoon, or will Manly spoil the honours?
Yes, I am today. Yeah, a bit of a change.
So we're just about ready for the restart of play. Music you can hear in the background is not from my playlist, but it is the dressing room music coming through here at Raby. Not going to complain too much about the choice of music, mind you, but we're all set. So it's going to be, and I think I saw that correctly, I'm just having a double check of my notes here. So it'll be Nick Appleton and Ryan Clark opening the batting. Bit of a surprise to see Ryan Clark opening up. Don't know if that's a move we are familiar with or we're ready to see. So it'll be Appleton and Clark to open. We're just waiting to see who the opening bowler is for Manly. Excuse me. So it looks like it'll be Ryan Clark to face. And Nick Appleton at the non-striker's end. And I know looks as though they'll be coming from the Raby end, so that'll be Joel Foster by the looks, taking on the opening bowling duties. We did hear a bit of feedback earlier during the lunch break. Bit of feedback. Thank you for those relaying the messages, enjoying the commentary. Thank you for your kind words. I trust you're enjoying the coverage. So the equation, Campbelltown needs 223 at 4.46 per over. We're just about ready for everything to get underway. It'll be Joel Foster from the Raby end to open the attack for Manly in the dark blue. And it'll be Ryan Clark facing up. First ball of the innings. So play and a miss outside off. So no, actually we've got a fed a furphy there. I think that's Ryan Hadley. Next ball outside off through to the keeper. So Campbelltown looking for 223 off their allotted 50 overs. They need to go at just under 4.5 and over to get the job done. Fingers crossed for the Ghosts fans. That can happen for Manly. They'll be looking for a few early wickets. So it's Ryan Hadley. Excuse me. Ryan Hadley bowling from the Raby end to Ryan Clark, who gets that one in the middle of the bat. You do have the Campbelltown players up on the balcony. Watching the action unfold this afternoon. Three balls into the innings. Nothing on the board so far. Certainly a changed lineup for Campbelltown. Clark, well, they thought about it. They double thought about it and decided against it. It was yes, no, no, and in the end it was a no. Thankfully it wasn't yes, no, wait, sorry, expletive, as is often the case, but this time it ended up with a no and no runs scored, so Campbelltown yet to open their account. 4 balls into the innings, chasing 223 for the points, and a Christmas bonus. Hadley in, bowls. Clark, educated edge over the top of slip. That'll run away towards the boundary. Will be kept in, and they'll come back for 2. So they're off the mark. Campbelltown, none for 2, chasing 223. So that'll be a confidence builder more than anything to get them away. They've got runs on the board. It's none for 2 after 5 deliveries. Ryan Hadley in from the Raby end to finish his opening over. That one is lofted, and Jay Lenton takes an easy catch. Caught behind. That's exactly what Manly were looking for. An early wicket. It's 1 for 2 after 1 over here at Raby. Campbelltown chasing 223. Experiment with Ryan Clark at the top. Certainly not a successful one today. Now it'll be the captain. Stepping out at number 3, Toby Flynn Duncombe, making his way to the middle. Just gets himself loose and ready for battle this afternoon. An early loss for Campbelltown. Ryan Clark dismissed last ball of the first over. Nick Appleton yet to face a ball. Toby Flynn Duncombe making his way to the middle, the captain today. And it looks like it will be... Just trying to pick up who that is at the Emerald Hills end. So it's 1 for 2 after 1 over. Thomas Kay coming in. What a tall man, Tom Kay. 3 for 91, his figures off 19 overs this year. Field is up with the restrictions in place for the opening 10 overs. Left armour. No, he's a right armour, my apologies. And straight away Nick Appleton pierces the offside field. They'll get 2, and that's it. Nice start from Nick Appleton with a lovely cover drive for 2. It's 1 for 4 in the second over. You can listen to this on MacArthurSportsRadio.com this afternoon, or you can watch via the The live stream through Cricket New South Wales. K in again, bowls. That one cut, doesn't beat the man at point. No run. So it remains 1 for 4. Currently going at 3 and over. They need 4.5. Mind you, we've only had 8 balls in the match. Clark, the man out for 2 off 6 balls. Caught Linton, bowled Hadley last ball of the previous over. K's in. That's down leg side. That will be a wide. First one of the day for Manly. So the score ticks along to 5. And we've had 8 legal deliveries this afternoon. Good crowd in attendance here at Raby. Good to see some spectators here this afternoon. K in. Appleton steers that one through square leg for a single. 1 for 6 in the second over. Now the captain takes strike. Toby Flynn Duncombe. Left-hander Nick Appleton. Now the right-hander. Number 26 on his back. Toby Flynn Duncombe just going through his rituals before he faces up. Takes centre from umpire Hamilton. One slip, gully, short extra cover, point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, fine leg, third man. Flynn Duncombe drives down the ground, doesn't beat a diving Hadley at mid off. In fact, that was Foster at mid off. Doesn't beat the diving man regardless, and no run. Campbelltown needs a further 217 to reel in the target. K in. The one just squeezed to mid wicket. Matt Brewster doing the fielding there. And again, no run. Ghosts boys up on the balcony watching this. Plenty of smiles up on the balcony. I'm sure they'd like a few more runs on the board after 1.5 overs. They've only got 6 so far. K in. Flynn Duncombe just defends. This beat the man at short extra cover and no run. That's the end of 2 overs. 1 for 6. So a tidy start, an early blemish for Campbelltown, losing a wicket in their first over, but 6 on the board after 2. Manly, in comparison, were none for 4. Now it's the left-hander Nick Appleton taking strike. Hadley will continue from the Raby end. Manly were none for 4 after 2. Campbelltown 1 for 6. It was none for 6 after 3 overs. Manly, let's see what Campbelltown can do. They've lost an early wicket. DLS score 19 is the one required, but like a beautiful afternoon here in the MacArthur, so don't think we'll be needing that today. Hadley on his way in, bowls to Appleton. He turns that one through square leg. Hadley got excited. It might have struck the thigh pad, but no one else got excited, so remains 1 for 6. 217 required. Only had 13 balls in the innings so far. Still a long way to go in this one. DLS score required is 20, according to my screen. But as I said, there's very little chance of anything developing this afternoon. Raby baked in sunshine as Hadley comes in. Appleton turns that one back, would have square. They'll take 2. Do they want a third? They'll think about it and decide against it in the end. Appleton to 5, sorry. Nick Appleton 5, Toby Flynn Duncombe yet to score. 1 for 8. Nick Appleton looking like he's in good touch this afternoon, an early 5 off 5. Been in good form this year. Top order batsman. Waits for Ryan Hadley now, who's in. That one driven. Doesn't beat mid off. So certainly ticking along steadily here, Campbelltown. Hadley at the top of his mark, just outside the 30-metre circle at the Raby end. Comes in now to Nick Appleton. One just down the leg side. Umpire says that was okay. Through to Jay Lenton, the captain and keeper for Manly. Campbelltown needing 215 off 284 balls at 4.54. Hear the chat from Jay Lenton out in the middle. Hadley on his way in, bowling to Appleton. Round the wicket. Play and a miss outside off, through to Lenton, diving to his right. No run. Plenty of chat from the Manly players. Hadley around the wicket. Bowls to Appleton, who tickles that one very fine down the leg side. And they'll take another 2. Nice fielding there from, it was Kay in the deep. And they've turned 2 more, so 1 for 10. That's after 3 overs on the Simply WordPress web design scoreboard. Proud sponsors and website designers of MacArthur Sports Radio. I thank Matt and the team for their support again in 2023. Okay, to continue from the Emerald Hills end. Go around the grounds shortly for Forte Financial Services. Kay from the Emerald Hills end, bowling to Flynn Duncombe. Drives uppishly over the head of Kay down the ground. They'll get 2. That's all they'll get. Running there from the Ghosts. Flynn Duncombe off the mark. He's 2. 1 for 12. Flynn Duncombe 2 from 4. Appleton 7 off 9. Only the one sundry so far. Being a wide. The last over from Kay, who's in now. That one is out. Caught it. Cover. Flynn Duncombe is on his way. Just as he was looking like he was going to get going, he's sent on his way. So 2 early wickets down for Campbelltown. Now it's Anthony Mosca, who's been called into the team today. Brother Justin out injured. So it's 2 for 12. Campbelltown chasing 223. Making his way back upstairs to the rooms. Both bowlers have 1 for 6. That's Anthony Mosca joining Nick Appleton in the middle. Mosca straight off the mark. First ball. Turns that one down to deep. Fine leg for a single. He's off the mark with that single. 2 for 13 in the third over. Sorry, let's try that again. Fourth over. Catch taken by Lachlan Coit earlier in the over.
Good.
Now they take another single here, Campbelltown. Appleton to 8, 2 for 14. Campbelltown needs 209 off 278 balls. Only in the fourth over though. K in. Oscar leaves outside off. Through to Lenton. Need a big partnership here, Campbelltown, to get themselves back on track. K in. Oscar leaves. Through to Lenton. That's the end of the over. Good one for Manly. They've taken a second wicket. It's 2 for 14 after 4. 209 required. Still 46 overs remaining. 276 balls. You're keeping count. But certainly not a long way from home. Run rate 3.5, going along at a nice clip, but they need 4.5, so not impossible. Hadley to continue from the Raby end to Appleton, who leaves. In fact, that's a wide. Outside off. Umpire signals accordingly. Umpire at the Raby end is Syed Humayun. My apologies, Syed Humayun. Andrew Hamilton at the Emerald Hills end or broadcast end. Here the two umpires having a chat over lunch. Hadley in. Appleton drives. Didn't quite time it. Picked out the man in the covers. That was Matt Brewster. 2 for 15 it remains. Fifth over. Hadley Good bowling to Appleton. Comes in. Appleton, that one got big on him. They'll get a single. He goes to 9, Appleton. 2 for 16. I got a bit big on him rather quickly, and he had to sort of fend it away into the leg side, but did enough to keep it out of trouble and get the single. Now Anthony Mosca, quite prolific in the T20 format this year, but making a rare appearance in the long form. Mosca pulls that one. He advanced and pulled that one through square leg. Took a single. 2 for 17. Mosca to 2. So the run rate continuing to climb, nearly 3.8 and over. Going around the wicket to Appleton. Hadley's on his way in now. Beautiful sunshine. Bowls to Appleton, who just turns that one to Kay. Deep fine leg for a single. He goes to 10. It's 2 for 18. Just ticking along nicely here, Campbelltown. Just taking the ones when they're there, going at about 4 and over, or just under that, 3.86. But just ticking along steadily, not trying to go for the big lavish shots. Not at the moment anyway. Happy to just turn the strike over. Left hand, right hand combination. Now it's the right hander in Anthony Mosca. Waits for Hadley, who's in. That one wraps him on the pad. Stifled appeal. Not a full-blown appeal from anybody, including the bowler. Umpire Humian had no trouble in turning that one down. Takes a moment. Oscar taking guard. Ground bathed in sunshine this afternoon. The shadows just starting to extend. Mosca drives, doesn't beat Foster at mid-off. No run. It's the end of the over. We've had 5, and it's 2 for 18 Campbelltown. Chasing 223. Current run rate 3.6 and over. They need 4.56. Okay, to continue from the Emerald Hills end. 2 overs, 1 for 8 his figures. He comes in now, bowls to Appleton, who just steers that one into the gully region. They take a single. Appleton to 11, 2 for 19. Jay Linton just disturbing the castle. No damage done. Kay comes in now, bowls to Mosca, who squares up, forward defensive, no run. As I said, ground bathed in sunshine, shadows just beginning to creep past the rope on the western side. Mosca drives hard, doesn't beat mid off. No run. Gave that the full face of the bat, but just couldn't get past the fielder there. Shadow's just starting to creep towards the field. Big old gum trees here at Raby. Eucalyptus trees on the western side. Mosca advances. Kay did well to cramp him up. Mosca had to defend back down the pitch. No run. Only put on 7 this pair so far, but looking very solid. Mosca's 2 from 9, happy to bide his time. Wait for the good ball. Man into short mid wicket. Kay in. Mosca leaves outside off. Through to Jay Lenton. Sydney Thunder keeper wearing his manly blue this afternoon. Nearly at the 6 over mark. Run rate 3 1/4. They need 4.6. Kay comes in. Mosca cuts. Doesn't beat a diving slip fielder there in Ryan Farrell. So that's the end of the over. 6 overs down. 2 for 19. Appleton 11. Mosca 2. Wickets to fall. Clark caught Lenton, bowled Hadley for 2. Flynn Duncombe caught Coit, bowled Kay for 2. Hadley continuing in his 4th over. He has 3 overs, 1 for 10. Kay has 3 overs, 1 for 9. After 6 overs, Manly were none for 23. So Campbelltown slightly behind on the scoring. They have lost 2 wickets. Appleton drops it into the offside, takes a quick single throw to the bowlers and hits Appleton on the way through. They take the single. 2 for 20. Light breeze, well, a bit more than a light breeze. You can hear the breeze picking up through our fixed microphones. Mosca waits for Hadley. He's on his way in now. That one whipped fine, very fine. That'll go all the way. 4 runs to Anthony Mosca. First boundary of the day. Comes in the 7th over. Campbelltown 2 for 24. Mosca to 6. Whipped it fine. It was too fine for Lachlan Coit to reel in. He's a deep fine leg. He couldn't get around in time to cut it off. Hadley over the wicket. Mosca waits for him, who's in now. Plays and misses outside off through to Lenton. That was a good one. Good reply from the big quick. Run rate 3.69. They need 199 more runs to win here, Campbelltown. Still 43 overs remaining. Plenty of time for Campbelltown to build a partnership. Mosca advances Hadley. He gets cramped up. Pushes it to short mid wicket and no run. Josh Seward doing the fielding in a mid wicket. Hadley wheels around at the top of his mark, makes his way in. Oscar leaves outside off, through to Jay Lenton. 2 slips in place. Beadle and Farrell in the slip cordon. And it's the, looks like the spinner of Foreman at Gully. Got Foster at mid-off. And at extra cover is Ryan Farrell. In fact, no, that's not Farrell. Got another man at extra cover, a man at mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg and third man. That's the field. Hadley makes his way in. Mosca leaves. That's where his off stump is. 7 overs down, 2 for 24. Seven overs down, 2 for 24. Thomas Kay makes his way in. Appleton drives. Doesn't beat, or he gets a misfield from the man at mid-on, and they'll come back for a second. They want a third. They thought about it. They entertained the idea for a moment of a third run, but it wasn't to be, so. Here's the 26 is the score in the 8th over. 14, Mosca 6. Kay comes in, bowling to Appleton. Tries to turn that one through mid-wicket. Took a pace or two down the pitch, couldn't turn it square. Staying still nicely here, Campbelltown. Getting themselves underway. 197 more needed. 42 overs plus remaining in this one, so a long way to decide it. Okay, he comes in. Appleton drives, beat Boyd at point, no run. Just a nice breeze, a little bit stronger than a breeze, but beautiful conditions here at Raby this afternoon. Okay, into Appleton. Again drives, picks out Brewster in the covers. Get past him, he knows there's an acre of space there for Appleton to score runs. Brewster patrolling the covers. There's a man at deep point. Deep extra cover, and then the only other man out's a man at deep square leg on the fence. Kay in, play and a miss from Appleton there, outside off through to Lenton. Run rate sitting at 3.32 at the moment. They need 4.67, so certainly not insurmountable at present. Appleton cuts and cuts hard. Out to the man in the deep in hole. Can't prevent the single. Appleton will keep the strike. He'll be 15, Mosca 6, 2 for 27. That's after 8 overs. In the run chase, needing 223 to win. 196 more needed off 42 overs. Hadley will continue from the Raby end. He has 4 overs, 1 for 15. Kay, 4 overs, 1 for 12. Opening bowlers for Manly. Hadley comes in. Appleton gets an edge, beats a diving Gully. Man in the deep. Can't prevent the single. Appleton 16, 2 for 28. Hadley on his way in. Mosca, textbook forward defence. Would have been a great one for the photographers to get a shot of that one from Anthony Mosca. Here Anthony Mosca's been working down in Hobart. Made his way back to Sydney Town. And out to see the family of the Christmas period. Hadley on his way in, bowling to Anthony Mosca. He tried to turn that one through mid-wicket. Just couldn't beat the man there. I think that was Seward. In the fielding it was. So it remains 2 for 28. Middle of the 9th over. Run rate just dropping a fraction down to 3.29. Still only need 4.7, so certainly not a big effort to reel that in. Mosca tapping his bat, waiting for Hadley, who's in now. Mosca pushes back down the pitch, no run. Support coming from the Campbelltown players on the balcony. Hadley now bowling to Mosca, who drives a loud David Warner style cry of no run. More like a Steve Smith cry than David Warner. Still no score. Have a look around the grounds. About 10 overs into the run chase for most teams. At North Sydney Oval, UTS North's 2 for 46. Chasing Sydney Uni's 9 for 262. At Allan Border Oval, Mossman 9 for 284. Hawkesbury 2 for 38 in reply. Hadley comes in. Mosca picks out that man at mid-wicket. Once again, no run into the over. 9 overs down. 2 for 28. Appleton 16, Mosca 6. Looks like Jay Linton's calling for some supplies from the change room. It will be K to continue though from the Emerald Hills end. Just looking for a helmet for the captain. He's also the keeper. Those other scores around the grounds at Hurstville, St George 1 for 96 chasing Fairfield Liverpool's 251. At Waverley East's none for 41 chasing Randwick Petersham's 7 for 225. At Drummoyne Oval, Sydney in a bit of trouble, 3 for 39 chasing Gordon's 276. Penrith are 1 for 65 chasing Parramatta's 4 for 293 at Old Kings Oval. West's got a fight on their hands, 5 for 82 chasing Bankstown's 113. K comes in. That one's lofted over the top. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, picket fence. 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Nick Appleton. That was in the slot and he crunched it. 2 for 32 in the 10th. Much needed for the Ghosts. 2 men in short extra cover positions. This time he turns it, doesn't beat the man at short forward square leg. No run. So we'll get through those last couple of scores. Northern Districts made a neat 200. University of New South Wales none for 42 in reply. At Glen McGrath Oval, Sutherland 3 for 75, chasing 112 to win. K in. Appleton down the ground, finds some space. Beetle has to chase. Do they want a second? No, they thought about it, but decided no. So it's only one, 2 for 33 in the 10th. Appleton 21, Mosca 6. Beetle switching across to mid-on. Kay comes in now, bowling to Mosca, who leaves outside off, through to Lenton, no run. Lenton up to the stumps this over. No way he's going to advance down with the keeper at the stumps, especially someone as tall as Jay Lenton, who I think's up around the 6'1" mark. Rather tall for a keeper. Kay on his way in, bowls to Mosca, who gets an edge, beats the diving man in close, and it runs away for 4. A little bit lucky there, Anthony Mosca, but gets 4 nonetheless. He goes to 10, 2 for 37. The Ghosts just building nicely. They've had a good over here. It's gone for 9. 1 ball remaining in the over. Kay comes into Mosca, turns it round the corner. They'll take 1. Do they want a second? They're thinking about it, but decide against it, and probably the right option. They take a single. Mosca to 11. He keeps the strike. That's 10 overs down, 2 for 38. Mosca 11, Appleton 21. We've had the first 10 overs here at Raby. Fairly even, to be honest. For 38 after 10, so 3.8 the run rate. Need 4.63 Campbelltown. We've got a bowling change here, or might be just Hadley. It'll be Joel Foster into the attack, so we do have a change. Foster replacing Hadley, 5 overs, 1 for 16. Foster 14 overs, 1 for 66 in the short form. He comes now from the Raby end, bowling to Anthony Mosca. Squared him up. Appleton wanted a quick single, but Mosca had no interest in anything. Foster hands on the head. Thought he had a chance there. Just trying to adjust the field here. I know, just adjusting the sight screens rather at the Raby end. Seward goes out with Farrell coming out of the slips into a mid-wicket position. Seward heading to a deep square leg on the fence. 4 men out, I think it is. Foster in. Pushed into the covers, no run. Foster very animated. Only bowled the 2 deliveries, but very animated with both of them. Thinking he's a genuine chance of claiming wickets. So far, 2 dots in the book for Foster this afternoon. Let's see what ball number 3 has. He comes in. Full ball dug out. Squeezed to mid-wicket and no run. Mosque just having a look at the pitch, so going for a wander. Foster on his way in. Mosca cuts hard into the covers. They'll take 1. To the sweeper in the deep in the form of Ned Hole. Last over was a big one, went for 10. This one a little more circumspect with just the 1 off it so far from 4 balls. Now the field changes for the left-hander, Nick Appleton. Foster on his way in now, bowls to the left-hander. He pulls that one through square leg. Didn't quite get all of it. Beadle does the fielding, but he takes the single nonetheless. Appleton goes to 22. 2 for 40. Building a nice partnership here, Appleton and Mosca. They've put on 28 for the 3rd. Appleton with 15 of those, Mosca 12. One ball remaining in the 11th over. Mosca just backing away for a moment before settling back over his bat once again. Loud cry of no from Mosca as he pushed into the covers, into the over, no run. And they're taking 2 off it, and 2 for 40 after 11 is the score. We're going to see a double bowling change here for Manly. I suspect we might. Well, we certainly are. I can see Thomas Kay moving into the circle, and it looks like it'll be Josh Seward into the attack. Kay comes out, 5 overs, 1 for 22. Seward has 7 for 132 in the white ball form of the game, in the 1-day format anyway. Just loosening up at the moment. Seward on his way in from the Emerald Hills end, bowls to Appleton, who gets squared up. I think that's hit him as well. It's clipped him on the left hip, Appleton. He managed to squeeze it away to point, and no run, but that stung him on the left hip. Seward looking rather sharp. First time I've seen him here in person. Looks rather sharp, coming off about 26, 27 metres. In he comes now. Appleton digs out a full ball, squeezes it to deep square leg for a single. 2 for 41. 182 needed. Par score is 52, so they're behind that, but as I said, no threat of any rain or inclement weather this afternoon. Lovely afternoon, sitting at around 26, 27 degrees at the moment, so beautiful conditions. Seward in, Mosca cuts hard. Picks out the man in the deep. Take the single again. 2 for 42. There's only been 3 boundaries in the innings. This pair has all 3 of them. There's a lot of balls being turned over for singles. Seward on his way in to Appleton, who cuts. Again picks out the man in the deep. 3 singles in a row. 2 for 43. Yeah, 3 in a row after that first ball. Building a nice partnership. They're 31 for the 3rd wicket. Seward on his way in, bowls. Mosca drives to mid-off. No chance of a run there. 2 for 43 after 11.5 overs. Seward. Mosca cuts hard. Has he cut it fine enough? No, they'll come back for a second on the arm. Linton can't prevent 2 being taken. Mosca takes his score to 15, 2 for 45 after 12. 178 more needed by the home team. Mike Sheen with you on MacArthurSportsRadio.com and the Cricket New South Wales live stream. Great to be with you this afternoon. And while we still have a little bit of time, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all our cricket followers across the MacArthur and across Sydney. Wish you all the very best for the festive season. Don't know whether you're travelling away or not, but hope you have a safe, happy and a holy Christmas season, and we'll be back in the new year with more cricket action. Foster in. Appleton just turns that one to mid-wicket. No run. Yes, off for a short break. A couple of weeks of no cricket. The next match for Campbelltown is at Blacktown at the Joe Mack, while Manly heads to Bankstown Oval to take on the Bulldogs in 2 weeks' time. Foster into Appleton, who advances nicely, stylishly over the top, and they'll just get the one. Didn't quite get the full face of that, but got enough. It was a lovely stroke for 1. Just rehearsed that at the non-striker's end, Appleton, just knowing what he'd like to do. Didn't quite get all of it. Foster makes his way in. Mosca defends down the pitch. Run rate 3.68. They need 4.72. So, as I've been saying throughout the afternoon, they're just keeping it ticking over. Hasn't got too far away from them. It started at around 4.45. So, certainly hasn't flown away from them. Foster in. Mosca just steers that one down to deep 3rd for a single. He goes to 16. Appleton 25, 2 for 47. Just steered that one nicely down to Seward in the deep. Cut it off easily for the one. In comes Foster. Appleton turns that one into mid-wicket. Doesn't beat Ned Hole. No run. Still to come, the two Smiths, Henry Rails, Patterson, Carlisle, Courtney and Meek for Campbelltown this afternoon. Foster makes his way in, last ball of the over. Appleton pushes to mid-on. No way through there and into the over. That's 13 in the book, 2 for 47. They need 176 more off 37 overs. Going at 3.62 and over, they need 4.76 to claim victory this afternoon. 8 wickets in hand. Foster 2 overs, none for 4. Seward went for 5 in his first. In comes Seward now, bowls. Mosca chases a wide one. Half an appeal from the man at mid-off in K. That's all it was half a stifled appeal. Nobody else got interested. To you for those regulars on MSR, we'll be back February for the MacArthur 10s rugby tournament back in 2024. Seward in, that one down the leg side, an appeal from Lenton. He was the only one who was interested. Yes, the MacArthur 10s rugby tournament back February 17 at Wire Lane. The unofficial start of the winter football season only about 6 or 7 weeks away, so not that far away. Placing the boots up and putting the pads away before too long. Lovely drive from Mosca there, picked out the man at mid-off though. Couldn't beat him. No run, it remains 2 for 47. Yes, the football season kicks off in mid-February. And the Illawarra Rugby Premiership to come after that. Also AFL Sydney and MacArthur football. And just steered off the face of the bat down to deep third for a single. Mosca just using his experience there, just steered it off the face of the bat down to deep third for 1, 2 for 48. MacArthur football, AFL Sydney, Southwest Sydney into the Platinum, into the Premier Division in 2024. Camden staying in the Platinum Division. Illawarra Rugby, MacArthur Rugby League, plenty coming up on offer in 2024 through MacArthur Sports Radio. Find us online and through the socials. Appleton just steers that one down to Brewster. At a short extra cover position. Plenty of sport coming up throughout the new year. You're on MSR, the MacArthur's sports leader. We won't hang up the pads just yet. Still a little bit more cricket to be had before the end of the season. Seward last ball of the over and he comes. Swing and a miss outside off. Appleton liked the look of that. It was a little too wide for him though. Through to Lenton. And no run. That's the end of 14. 2 for 48 is the score. Seward 2 overs, none for 6. He went for 1 in that over. Comes Foster now from the Raby end. That one steered very fine towards the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Lenton not too thrilled with that. So 2 more to the total. Mosca to 19, and that brings up the 50 for Campbelltown. 2 for 50 off 87 balls in 62 minutes with 3 boundaries in that tally so far. I'd like to see that grow a lot more in the next couple of hours. Foster in, driven down the ground. They'll take on the man at mid-off. They won't be denied on this occasion. Mosca to 20, 2 for 51. Now Appleton 25 off 35, waits for Foster. Just drops that one into the gully. Beadle does the fielding, no run. Run rate sitting at around 3.5. Just climbing a little bit more, they need 4.85. Par score is 58. Again, no threat of any rain this afternoon, so no need for concern, but interesting to see what the par score is. It's 58 and present. Appleton defends down the pitch. That next ball from Foster, no run. $172 required. 35 overs after this one. 2 balls remaining before the 15th over is complete. Campbelltown coming back from 2 early wickets to build a nice partnership. They've put on 39 for the 3rd. Foster comes in. Appleton tried to steer it wide of Lenton, didn't quite get onto it. Went through to the keeper, no run. Just tried to steer it wide of the keeper off the face of the bat and just push it wide for a couple. Certainly haven't gone hard here, Campbelltown. Just happy to moderate their pace. Foster on his way in, last ball of the over. Appleton turns that one to fine legs. Seward fields, they'll just get the 1. They thought about 2 for a moment, but realised it wasn't on and then decided 1 was plenty. So 2 for 52 after 15 overs. Run rate just under 3.5. See another double change here? I think we are. I'm suspecting it might be Birdie Foreman coming into the attack. It is. So Seward's spell, 2 overs, none for 6. Certainly wasn't bad bowling from him, but Foreman into the attack. You're going to see some spin for the first time this afternoon from Manly. Right arm around.
You'll get them.
Just steered into the gap Beadle does the fielding, no run. Foreman off a long run up. And he comes. That one driven into the covers nicely. The man in the deep has to chase. They'll get 2. Hull did the fielding. 2 more to the total, 2 for 54. Over number 16. Foreman. Here he comes, right arm around. That one swept very fine by Appleton. I don't think he's got enough to get it all the way for 4. Will go very, very close. In fact, it'll get there for 4. I didn't think he had enough on it, but he did. Just enough to touch it round the corner and send it on its way. The outfield very quick this afternoon. And 4 more to the total, 2 for 58, the 4th boundary. Appleton 32, Mosca 20. Foreman, and he comes. Appleton just defends. Back down the pitch, no run. This has been a good over for the Ghosts, going for 6 already. Foreman in. And he's bowled him! Exactly what they needed, Manly. Campbelltown were not looking for that. The partnership was building nicely, 46. It's 3 for 58. And Foreman strikes in his first over.
Keep going again, eh?
Are you going to take a drinks break here? I'm not sure. Yes, signal is given.
No, I don't have one. Just get them ready.
So we'll take a short break here on MacArthur Sports Radio. I'll be back shortly with more from Raby. We're back here. Last ball of the over. So it's 3 for 58. Let's see. To continue from the Raby end. 30 Foreman striking in his first over. Not bringing any runs. So the new man in is Brendan Smith. He's at the non-striker's end. Just had some technical issues for a moment. We've resolved those during the break. Wood's been found. Seward from the Raby end now. His third over, in he comes. Mosca advances or look to advance. They'll take a quick single. Throw to the bowlers and did hit. They appealed, but umpire wasn't interested. They get the single. 3 for 59. More needed for Campbelltown. So they were getting a good partnership there. 46. Partnership's broken. Now Brendan Smith, the new man, in. Waits for Seward, who's in. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Only the third one of the afternoon. 3 for 60. 164 needed for victory. 163 in fact. Target of 223. Manly bowled out on the last ball. Come back for 2 here. Smith getting that one very fine. He's off the mark. And moved to 3 for 62 in the 17th over. Beautiful afternoon here at Raby. Seward in. Smith drives into the covers. There's a man in the deep. That's the one. Fraser down to the boundary line. Seward in. Smith, in fact that's Moscott, was turning that one through square leg. And ball through for a single. That's the end of the over. 16, 17 overs down. 3 for 64. The dangerous Birdie Foreman coming into the attack from the Emerald Hills end. Took a wicket with his last over in 6. Takers Hadley 1 for 16 off 5. K 1 for 22 off 5. Now Foreman 1 for 6. So far
wicket. A long run up, and he comes. Just smothers that one. Moves away. Foreman in again. Oscar on the back foot defending. 2 men in close on the leg side, just ensuring no easy singles can be had. Foreman. This time Mosca advances, beats the man. The cry was keeper, you heard that, but it was in vain. 3 for 65. 158 more needed. 7 wickets in hand, 32 and a half overs still to go. Foreman around the wicket. Smith carts, beats the man in close. Hole has to do the chasing. They'll come back for a second. Do they want a third on the arm? Yes, they're going to take 3 on the arm, and they'll make it easily. Good running. Well done by the Ghosts. 3 more. 3 for 68. Smith to 6. Mosca 23. It's placed nicely. Foreman into Mosca. On the back foot defending down the pitch. Trying to take stock of the field. The ball remaining in the over. Foreman getting through his over very quickly. He's in now. Mosca just squeezes that one forward of square leg for a single. Lenton taking all sorts of cover. Not necessary though. End of 18 overs. 3 for 69. Campbelltown chasing 223. They need 154 further runs off those 32 remaining overs. Now Seward in from the Raby end. Mosca wrapped on the pad. Didn't do anything with it. Breeze just picking up a little bit here at Raby this afternoon. Seward on his way in. Mosca advancing, just pushes it to point. No run. Brewster doing the fielding. Seward wheels around, runs away from us, or runs into us. Mosca pulls that one. There's a man scurrying around. Did he take the catch? Yes, he did. That was a brilliant catch in the deep. An outstanding catch. Had a lot of ground to make up in the deep. The catch was made. Got a feeling it might have been Bertie Foreman who took the catch, but that was a blinder in the deep. And Mosca goes for 24, and it's 4 for 69. That was a brilliant piece of fielding. So 4 for 69 in the 19th. Henry Rails makes his way out to join Brendan Smith.
way back to the rooms, no doubt disappointed, but it's a very good catch in the deep, I have to say. Very, very good catch. It was Birdie Foreman, I thought it was, taking that catch. Campbelltown 4 for 69, still needing another 154 to win. 31 and a half overs remaining. Equation 154 off 189. That's a simple equation. 154 off 189 to win. Campbelltown certainly didn't need to lose those two wickets in quick succession. Now Seward steams into Rails, who squeezes that one into the gully region down to deep third for a single. Smith not interested in a second. Rails turned quickly, but Smith did not want to even contemplate a second run. So it's 4 for 70, sorry. 4 for 70 in the 19th over. Seward in, Smith turns that one backward of square throw, has to hit at the bowler's end, he'll make it though.
Fucking mediocre.
Discussion here, a little bit of umpires getting involved here, a little bit of something going on in the middle. You might have heard Anthony Mosca getting a little bit animated with his thoughts. Apologies if you did hear anything there. A little bit of a chatty. Jay Linton's been called out as captain. Sure what the issue is. A lot of hand gestures from Jay Lenton, just trying to work out what's going on, but he sent the man. Looks like there's a bit of a chat on the boundary between the assistants for the two teams. They've taken a single regardless. And that's the end of the over. An eventful one. 4 for 72 after 19. $151 required for Campbelltown. 6 wickets in hand. 4 for 72 in fact, sorry. 4 for 72 after 19. 151 needed, 6 wickets left. It will be Foreman to continue from the Emerald Hills end of the ground. Foreman coming around the wicket, bowling to Henry Rails. He's on 2. Cries of catch. Certainly wrung the hand. No run. Foreman around the wicket. Rails drives back down the pitch. Foreman able to field in his follow through. Foreman around the wicket. Rails just squeezes that one into the offside. 3 dots in a row for Big Henry. Foreman around the wicket with him, and he just pushes forward. Back down the pitch. Foreman in. Rails pushes off the back foot. Doesn't get past Brewster. Last ball of the over now. Be a maiden. 20 overs down, 4 for 72, Campbelltown. Seward to continue from the Raby end. Not quite halfway. Task certainly in front of Campbelltown. Seward comes in to Brendan Smith. Squeeze to mid-wicket. Fielded by Ned Hole, no run. Seward wheels around and runs in, bowls to Smith. Pushes to mid-wicket. Hole again does the fielding. He's been busy this afternoon, Ned Hole in the field. Comes Seward again. There's an edge and that's out. Caught behind. Camden takes an easy catch. It's 5 for 72. Now it'll be Brendan Smith to replace Blake in the lineup. So 5 for 72, Campbelltown. A lot of trouble now. So Flynn Duncan running out some messages. With the change of batsman. Blake Smith on strike. 2 all-rounders, Smith and Rails. Trying to lift Campbelltown to somewhere towards a competitive chase. Seward into Blake Smith. Gets an outside edge, that'll run away. They'll get 1 and 1 only. Beadle does the fielding. Only ever looking at 1. That's all they took. 5 for 73 in the 21st over. Seward in, bowls, rails, drives hard down the ground. That'll run away for 4. Beautiful straight drive from Henry Rails. He goes to 6, 5 for 77. Beautiful straight drive from Henry Rails there. Gun barrel straight down the ground, and that was only headed to the rope for 4. Seward in, Rails leaves. Outside off. End of the over, 21 down, 5 for 77. Here at Raby, the run rate's still sitting at around 3.6, 3.7. They do need 5, a tick over 5 and over. So it has crept up to that 5 and over mark. Started at about 4.4. And it's climbed all the way to 5 and over. Still not impossible, but getting harder and harder by the ball. Foreman from the Emerald Hills end in again. Put my teeth back into place. Smith pushes that one into the leg side. No run. Brewster at short mid wicket. This time he just pushes on the front foot into the covers. Farrell doing the fielding there. No run. Ball pieces the gap. They'll get one. Do they want a second? Yes, they do, and they'll get it easily. Good running in the end. They'll turn 2. 5 for 79. Foreman in, that one just steered down into the gully, no run. Foreman, last ball of the over, in he comes. Pushed back down the pitch, no run, into the over. 5 for 79 after 22. So 22 overs down, 5 for 79. Seward will continue from the Raby end to the far end as we look at it. And he comes to Henry Rails. Tried to drive it, I think that's hit him on the toe. That's hurt the big all-rounder. Rails just taking a moment to compose himself. No doubt the toes are a little bit tender. Comes Seward, bowls to him now. Tries to steer that one away, but doesn't beat the man at Shorty Scully and Farrell. Run rate certainly dropping down to 3.5. Run rate required up to 5.2. It's only just at 5 and over now. Suddenly 5.2. 144 more runs needed for the Ghosts. 5 wickets in hand. Rails tried to turn that one round the corner, but couldn't quite steer it there. No run. Suit in. Rails gets in edge through the gap. Down to deep third for a single. Goes to 7, 5 for 80. It in. Smith just drops that one down to deep third for the single. 5 for 81. Rails tried to steer that one again down into the third man region. No run. Couldn't beat the fielder in the close areas. So that's the end of the over. 5 for 81 after 23. Campbelltown making heavy weather of this one. Foreman continuing from the Emerald Hills end. Following to Blake Smith. Just defend off the back foot for no run. So look at these scores around the traps. The 4-day financial, it's UTS North's 3 for 120. Just pushed away by Smith. UTS North's 3 for 120, chasing Sydney Uni's 9 for 262. Mossman 9 for 284. Hawkesbury 4 for 129 in reply. So just defended down the pitch, no run. St George 2 for 195. Looked like they'll chase down Fairfield Liverpool's 251 at Hurstville. Forming in. That one just turned into the leg side. They'll take a quick single. Nice work there. 5 for 82. At Waverley East's 1 for 133, chasing Randwick Petersham's 7 for 225. Sydney 5 for 102, chasing Gordon's 276 at Drummoyne. Penrith 3 for 144 in pursuit of 4 for 293 by Parramatta at Old Kings Oval. The only other match which is still going is Northern District's 200, University of New South Wales 1 for 104. Forming in, that one lofted high and long down the ground. One bounce. One bounce for 4. Rails to 11, 5 for 86. And the two matches that are completed already, West's chased down Bankstown's 6 wickets down. And Sutherland chased down Blacktown's 112 for the loss of 4 wickets. Next ball here just pushed into the offside, no run. Into the over. So let's have a look at the ladder. This is before. Sitting in 10th overall coming in. Looks like they will go down to Manly. We're sitting 5th, only 3 points ahead of them on the ladder. .137 more runs needed by the Ghosts. Many. Hadley into the attack. They take a single. Seward 4 overs, 2 for 16. His spell comes to an end. Feet up, 5 for 87. Ball there, 5 for 87. So we approach halfway. Hadley rails, drops it in his feet. They'll take a quick single, get through. For 88 now, Campbelltown in the 25th over. Same point. And they were 4 for 82, so I wouldn't say the game in Campbelltown, but we'll need to get their motors going in the second half. They have a chance of winning this. Landed extra cover, no run. Balls remaining in the 25th over, so 135 off 152 is the equation. Building off to the left, to the western side of the ground. Here the wind affects microphones. Hadley in, bowling to Smith. Steers that one into the vacant mid-wicket region. I'll take an easy single. 5 for 89. T20 or 25 over chase, hitting 130 would be quite manageable. 5 wickets down makes it quite difficult. I tell you, in India at the Wankhede Stadium, Australia none for 18 in their second innings, trailing by 169. Drives that one to mid-on, no run. That's the end of the over. That's halfway. 5 for 89, Campbelltown. At halfway, 134 off 150 is the equation. Certainly the run rate, the equation is on the Campbelltown side, but 5 wickets down makes it very difficult. Bertie Foreman to continue in the Big Bash match in Albury. It's 2 for 57. Melbourne Stars batting first against the Sydney Thunder at Albury at Lavington Sports Ground. Foreman just waiting for the field to adjust and to settle. Foreman over the wicket, pushed down the pitch, beats the man in closer to straight, short mid-on, get a single, 5 for 90. Start of the second half of the innings. So 133 off 149. Foreman around the wicket. Rails just steers that one down to long on for an easy single. 5 for 91. 132 required off 148. Now that one turned very fine. They'll come back for 2. Smith just starting to find his feet out in the middle. He goes to 10 and put on 21 for the 6th wicket. Campbelltown 5 for 93. That one big partnership of 46. Mosca and Appleton. No run there. Foreman does his own fielding. Just turned to short forward square leg, no run. Of course, Campbelltown's own Lauren Cheadle making her test debut for Australia. Foreman in, Smith off the back foot, defends into the covers, no run, into the over. 26 overs down, 5 for 93. Saying Lauren Cheadle, Campbelltown's own Lauren Cheadle, making her test debut for Australia. From everyone here at Campbelltown, congratulations, Lauren. All here at the Ghosts are very proud of your efforts. Hopefully the first of many test caps for a long and successful career ahead, we hope, for you. Sitting back watching Beth Mooney and Phoebe Litchfield batting for Australia, hoping that she won't need to pick up the willow for a long time to come. Ideally not at all, if at all possible for her. So I think we've had a footwear change here for, I think it's Ryan Hadley. Like Hadley's had a footwear replacement of some description. 5 for 93 after 26 overs. $130 off 24 overs. Hadley now comes in, bowls to Rails. Who pulls that one forward of square leg, doesn't beat man in Seward at mid-wicket. Sort of a short cow corner, I guess you'd call it. Very wide mid-wicket. Only the two men on the leg side. Man at mid-wicket and deep square leg on the boundary. It's net hole on the boundary. Hadley comes in, bowls to Rails, who chased a wide one through to Lenton. Partnership of 21 here for Campbelltown for the 6th wicket, so I'll be hoping to see that grow over the next hour or so. I'd like to see it reach somewhere around 150. Hadley in, Rails just chops down. And he goes as far as Farrell at slip. If they can make it 150, that means Campbelltown wins. Certainly be keen to see that. Whether it happens or not, of course, is another matter. Hadley coming around the wicket now. Hadley in, Rails. Chops down, he'll find the sweeper in the deep at point, take the single. Rails to 14, 5 for 94. This will be the last game before the Christmas break. Normally this is a weekend off for grade cricketers, but this year we're playing right up to Christmas. Hadley in, Smith defends down the pitch. Yes, normally we have this weekend off, but this year we're playing, so 2 weekends of break coming up after today. Resuming on January 13, as I mentioned before, Campbelltown at Blacktown. Manly make the trip to Bankstown Oval. Now Hadley comes in. That one down leg side, it was a wide though. Umpire giving the signal, 5 for 95. Ball remaining in the 27th over. Hadley just having a word in the ear of the umpire. Hadley in now, bowls to Smith. Beaten by a good one outside the off stump. Beats the outside edge through to Lenton. End of the over, 27 down, 5 for 95. 128 needed off 23 overs. Foreman will continue from this Emerald Hills end. He's got 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. New over driven to mid-on. No run. Brewster has done a lot of the fielding in close this afternoon. He's been solid. Foreman around the wicket. Cry of catch from Lenton. I thought it was along the ground, but Cry was there. Wasn't fielded as a catch. That one driven through the onside to long on. They take an easy single. 5 for 96. Foreman over the wicket to Blake Smith. He just pushes into the covers. On the front foot, no chance of any sort of scoring there. Remains 5 for 96 in the 28th over. Foreman over the wicket. Smith just defends on the back foot. And very economical Foreman, only going at 3.37 and over. That is the end of the over. So he's got 7 overs, 1 for 23. And he scored off 12 of his deliveries, Booty Foreman. Joel Foster looks like he's going to take up the attack from the Brady end. Hadley's spell comes to an end. 2 overs, none for 5. He's got 7 overs, 1 for 21 overall. Going at 3 and over. That'll be Foster from the Raby end. He's only bowled 3 overs, none for 8. Here comes now. Just chopped down to deep third. They'll take 1, and that's all they get. They thought about a second. Rails was interested. Smith not so much. 5 for 97. Foster over the wicket, bowling to Blake Smith. That was a good one. Nearly drew an edge through to Lenton. No run. The middle portion of the game for both teams was rather difficult. Manly had a lot of maidens and low-scoring overs in the middle of the innings. Campbelltown having a similar problem. Only been 1 maiden in the whole match for Campbelltown, thankfully, for them. Been able to score off just about every over. That one defended off the back foot, back down the pitch. 5 for 97. Six more runs needed for Campbelltown to win off 21 and a half overs. Certainly not an impossible task. Foster in that one just steered into the gully. Again, Brewster fielding. Foster from the Raby end. 2 balls left in his over. And he comes. They'll Take a quick single throw to the bowler's end. Had to hit. Wasn't far away. They get the run. Smith to 11. 5 for 98. Yes, no, yes. Thankfully, that was all that was said. Foster around the wicket to Rails, who goes big and beats the man who tried to take the catch at deep mid off. They get a single. Nearly a wicket there, last ball of the over. They get a run. It's the end of 29, 5 for 99. Very nearly came to tears for Henry Rails. He's not out 17. Blake Smith 11. Bertie Foreman to continue. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. His numbers this afternoon. Now Foreman around the wicket to Henry Rails, who advances, gets it off the outside edge into the offside. They just get the one. That brings up the 100. 100 off 179 balls in 122 minutes. 6 the Campbelltown total so far. 2 each to Anthony Mosca and Nick Appleton, and 2 to Henry Rails. Who's at the non-strikers end as Blake Smith. That one to mid-on. No run. Foreman. And wrapped on the pad, and he's given this time. Foreman strikes. LBW. The 6th wicket goes down. Right on 100, so getting harder and harder for the Ghosts. For 100 here at Raby. Campbelltown needs another 123. Tom Patterson, the keeper, making his way out. Need to find some runs. The keeper has only scored 80 this year at an average of 20. Run rate up to 6 and over required. Run a ball from here gets Campbelltown home. 123 off 123. Tom Patterson, the new man out there in the middle, taking guard. Umpire Hamilton at the Emerald Hills end. Foreman comes into the keeper now. Drives through point, takes an easy single. He's off the mark. Rails 18. 6 for 101. 122 off 122 is the equation. A runner ball from here. A little bit overcast off to the western side. Just keep an eye on that. Rails just pushes to mid-on. No run. Run rate just tipped over a runner ball to win. Foreman around the wicket. Doesn't beat mid-on again. That's 30 overs down. 20 to go, 122 needed for Campbelltown at 6.1. Here's the equation. The problem is they've got 4 wickets in hand. Around the grounds, Australia none for 38 in their second innings, trailing by 149. And Melbourne Stars 2 for 92, batting first in Albury against Sydney Thunder. Featuring Campbelltown's Tanvi Sangha. Foster in for a new over. First ball turned square for a single. I'll tell you, if there is any rain, it's a little bit grey off to the western side of the ground. Campbelltown needs to be 153 at present. That's the par score on the DLS setup. Foster around the wicket, bowling to Henry Rails. Tried to flick it down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Number 5 in the total. 6 for 103. Foster around the wicket. That one's lofted long. The cry is catch. It'll fall just short. They'll come back for a second, will they? Yes. Get it easily. 2 more to the total. 6 for 105. 118 at runner ball needed. So let's see what the Ghosts can do the next 20 odd overs. Foster round the wicket. Rails beats the man at extra cover. That'll run away towards the boundary. Has it got enough? No, not quite. They'll come back for 2. 6 for 107. Middle of the 31st over. 116 at 116 off 115. Just under a runner ball. Foster. Rails goes hard, straight down the ground. They'll get another 2, will they? Yes, they will. Good running. Throw to the bowler's end, hit the stumps, but they were home in time. Rails to 24, 6 for 109. Equations coming down. 114 required at 5.9. 114 off 112 it would be. Foster in. Rails tried to steer it into the offside through the point region but couldn't. He's 24 off 37. Patterson 2 from 2. Strike rates have been fairly healthy for Campbelltown, certainly in the back half of the innings. Brendan Smith going at 87. Henry Rails at 64. Nick Appleton at 72. Rails drops that one at his feet and decides not to run. We're back to runner ball to win, not 114 required. 19 overs. It's a runner ball equation from here. Yeah, they're going to go with Foreman again. They are. He's only got 2 overs left. 2 for 25 his figures this afternoon. Foreman in over the wicket. Patterson just defends off the back foot. And no run. So again, that equation just ticking over. Run a ball. Again, he just pushes on the front foot. Foreman into Patterson. Smothers on the front foot, pushes out into the offside. Shots in a row. And run a ball equation's now up to 6.16. Campbelltown going at just under 3.5. Patterson drives. Won't beat the man at deepish mid on. Foreman, 2 balls left in the over. Into Patterson. I'll take a single out to deep cover. 6 for 110. Foreman around the wicket to rails. Last ball of the over. Pushes, they wanted the single, they both wanted it but couldn't find it. It's the end of 32. 6 for 110 Campbelltown, 113 to win. 18 overs in hand and 4 wickets in hand. Foster will continue from the far end. Got 5 overs, none for 19. Guessing Campbelltown be happy to see the back of Bertie Foreman. 2 for 26 off 9 overs. In comes Foster over the wicket to Patterson. Tried to turn that into the leg side through mid-wicket, but wasn't able to get through. Tries of catch and it's out. Foster celebrates the wicket. Another one for Campbelltown. That's 7 for the Ghosts this afternoon. 7 for 110 is the score. Only 3 wickets in hand. Patterson out for 3 off 9. And we're going to have a drinks break here at Raby, so we'll take a short break here and be back with more in just a moment. Stay with us.
They're coming down now, I reckon.
Yeah, take it.
Well, yeah, if it's at least well, Ian will have to back the reflex. Take the table. Take the downstairs. So it was June. Oh, okay. And you got cleared because Riley married with Consolidation. He wasn't required. But if we had to, he was point like he could yesterday. Pick up. Remember that, Dad? No, I've heard your comments on my younger one as well. Thank you, but not cricket.
My other work.
Your other work, yeah.
It's Camden.
So that, yeah, Ian's the older brother too.
Yeah, he's the one.
Because I remember you made some comment that you took people.
Yeah, I saw the name and I was like, it looked like it's got to be him. It is. Right, thank you. I thought I was 99% sure.
Yeah, I know it was because they don't look
It was
similar.
St Mary's or
He's been playing.
was it Harrington? Harrington United. Yeah.
Just had a text from my wife. One can hear you talking.
And welcome back to Rugby Sports Complex. Mike Sheen with you on MacArthurSportsRadio.com and the Cricket New South Wales live stream. Campbelltown 7 for 110. And Carlisle makes his way to the middle. Spent several years down in Tasmania, back home on a flying visit. Batting at number 9 for the Ghosts. What sort of magic can he produce late in the innings? In comes Foster, bowling to Carlisle. He just steers that one down to deep third, and they'll take an easy single. So Carlisle's off the mark. He's won. Rails 24, 7 for 111. Patterson was caught. Brewster bowled Foster. I'll look around the grounds over the next little while. We've got 3 balls remaining in this over. Rails into Foster. Rails defends, no run. So those scores around the grounds. UTS North 7 for 159, chasing North Sydney Uni's 9 for 262. Hawkesbury 6 for 155, need 129 more to beat Mossman. St George have chased down Fairfield Liverpool's 251 with 5 wickets in hand. East's 3 for 174, need 51 further to beat Randwick Petersham at Waverley. Gordon look like they'll get the victory. Foster in, Rails goes long. Couple of bounces. He won't reach the rope, but they'll come back for 2. Thought he'd put enough on it to reach the fence, but he hadn't. 2 more though. 7 for 113. Rails 26. Sydney 9 for 141. Gordon 276. All out. Penrith 5 for 179, Parramatta 4 for 293. Foster in last ball of the over to Rails, who cuts and cuts hard over the top. That'll run away for 4. Good bowling there. A good shot there from Rails. Found the space over the top of the slips and put it away for 4. 7 for 117 after 33. At Blacktown International Sports Park, Northern District's 200, University of New South Wales 5 for 138. And the completed matches, as I said, St George 5 for 254, chasing down Fairfield Liverpool's 251. Wests 6 for 114, chased down Bankstown's total with 4 wickets in hand. And Blacktown Mounties 112 all out. Sutherland reached that for the loss of 4 wickets. So those two extreme matches early on. Looks like we've got a wicket in India. Beth Mooney looks like she's out. And Bertie Foreman's last over. He's got 2 for 26 off 9. Foreman around the wicket to Carlisle on 1. Tried to heave that through wideish mid-wicket. No run. Picked out the fielder though. Foreman in. Carlisle just defends. No run. His brother Strawn playing Colts football or soccer, depending where you're from in the Macarthur region. Gets an outside edge on that. Beadle did enough to stop it. It wasn't very graceful or elegant, but it was effective nonetheless. 7 for 117. Foreman in. Carlisle drives, beats the man at mid-on. I'll take a run. 7 for 118. Rails on 30. Carlisle now 2. Campbelltown certainly got the task in front of them. 105 to win. Off the back foot, Rails punches back down the pitch. No run. One ball remaining in the 34th over. Foreman in. Rails punches off the back foot. He'll keep the strike with an easy single. Goes to 31. 7 for 119 after 34 overs. And Bertie Foreman bowled out 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28 for the spinner today. So that's his afternoon done. Beth Mooney run out for 33 off 37 deliveries. Phoebe Litchfield not out 12, and Elise Perry joining her at the crease. She's only faced the 1 delivery. It's 1 for 49. After 12 overs, they still need another 138 to make India bat again on day 3. So it's Foster continuing from the Raby end. Carlisle, in fact, Rails got an edge or a something on it. Umpire will say it was off the pad for a leg bye. So he'll remain 31. Carlisle 2, 7 for 120 in the 35th over. Carlisle cuts nicely. Takes 1 and that's it. Smart piece of fielding on the replay from the fielder in at short leg in India. Mooney advanced forward only a metre or so. Had the presence of mind to throw the stumps down and was given out correctly, run out. Foster in. Rails pushes into the offside. They'll take a single. Throw didn't come. Final 15 and a half overs here at Raby. 101 balls. They need 6.5 and over here at Campbelltown, but they've got 3 wickets in hand. Dabs it into the offside at point and no run. I can feel just a little bit of precipitation here. We are under cover in our temporary commentary position, but certainly out in the open, it does feel like there's just a little bit of precipitation around. Campbelltown, on my calculations anyway, would be well behind DLS score if they needed it. Carlisle wrapped on the pad, they'll take a leg by. Umpire signals accordingly. For 1-2-2, or 1-2-3 in fact, sorry. Scoreboard showing 122. That one's been lofted high and long, and don't think he's taken the catch. The throw to the bowler's end is not in time. There's a little bit of confusion here. I think that's the end of the over. If they go, just trying to work out what's happened here with the scoring. It's showing 7 for 124. 99 to win for Campbelltown. Now we've got a change in bowling here. Looks like Tom Kay's back into the attack, replacing Booty Foreman, who's bowled out his 10 overs, 2 for 28. Kay has, this is his 6th over, 1 for 22. And one driven straight down the ground. I'll get one and one only. 7 for 125. Looks like there's another wicket in India. Phoebe Litchfield on away for 18. Australia 2 for 56. Trailing by 131. Clean bowled, played over the top of one. That one here driven by Carlisle into the offside. They'll take one. Hole in the deep does the fielding. 7 for 126. That's what I've got on my screen anyway. Go with that. Kay in. That's been lofted all the way. 6 runs. Henry Rails opens up the shoulders. That one's down onto the training pitches. Onto the practice pitches. Some light drizzle falling here at Raby. Campbelltown still clinging on. 91 needed. 7 for 132. Rails 40, Carlisle 4. Still a bit of fight in the Ghosts yet. Okay, in now. Rails drives. I'll take one. No. Carlisle turned. Rails had fallen. They only got one. Only a chance of one. Rails quickly and loudly signalling no and calling no. One ball remaining in the 36th over. Kay in. One lofted backward of square leg. That'll be 4. Lovely shot from Ian Carlisle. Doubles his score to 8. That's the end of the over. Been about 4 or 5 years since he's worn the Ghosts colours. He's back in familiar surrounds and he's picked up where he's left off. Quick fire, 8 off 10. Campbelltown 7 for 137 after 36. He's still some 40 runs behind the DLS score on my screen. They need 86. That's the number they know they need. 86 off 14 overs. So it'll be Foster continuing from the Raby end. One cut to point, no run. Cool afternoon, temperature sitting around 26 degrees at present. Cool breeze coming through. Foster around the wicket, rails, drops it at his feet. Doesn't even contemplate the run. Looks like the weather might blow over rather quickly if we're lucky. Just a few drips and falling, but nothing more. Need to have eyes everywhere here. Foster in his 8th over, 1 for 29. Rails goes aerial. Go fetch. 6 runs. Rails to 47. 7 for 143. That was in the slot and he gave that the full treatment. Carlisle, a few words of encouragement from the non-striker, playing in the Tasmanian system. No one's been retrieved, I think, from down on the walkway down at the Raby end. It's been sent a long way. Haven't seen any deposited into the houses around here, but certainly that Raby end would be a lot easier to do if you got hold of one. This broadcast in the Emerald Hills end might take a little bit more effort to knock one into the backyard of one of the houses nearby. Foster. And again, bowls to rails. He turns that one through square leg. Carlisle wanted the single. Rails didn't want a bar of it. 7 for 143. Back to a runner ball. 80 off 80. Just adjusting the field here, Manly. And the field is in the right spot. Foster round the wicket to rails. Pulls that one through square leg. They'll only get the one. Don't think that's a bad result for Campbelltown. Keeping rails on strike. He's 48. 48 off 56. 3 4s and 2 6s if you don't mind. Strike rate of 85.71. And Carlisle, a quick fire 8 off 10. With 1 boundary. He's on strike. If he can hold up his end and keep rails on strike, Ghosts might have a fighting chance. That one bludgeoned through square leg for 4. Ian Carlisle. 12 off 11. That's the end of the over. 7 for 148. 75 to win. Well, the Ghosts showing a lower order fight. 75 to win, 13 overs. Suddenly the pressure back on Manly. They appeared in control for the majority of the afternoon, but some late order resistance from the home team. Means we've got a finish here on the cards at least. $75 off 78 the equation. K in. Rails. Heaves through mid-wicket and they get one. Rails 49, Carlisle 12. Put on 39 for the 8th wicket. 74 off 77 the equation. K in. Carlisle chases a wide one. Wanted the wide, didn't get it. 74 off 76 the equation. 7 for 149. This one could go down to the wire if these two hang around for a little bit longer. Kane is 7th over, 1 for 36. In he comes. Carlisle just bunts that one to Beadle at sort of a deepish gully. Need to keep the equation, runs and balls equation on their side, Campbelltown. K in. That one turned through square leg. They'll take the one. Gets Rails back on strike. And that's the 150 for Campbelltown. 7 for 150. Coming off 231 balls in 157 minutes with 9 fours and 2 sixes. K in. Rails goes hard. Picks out the man in the deep though in hole. Takes the single. And that's his 50, is it? I've got him going to 50. Score shows 49. 48 in fact. Our numbers. Let me get a moment. K in. One beat. Fielder, they'll get one. That's all they'll get. Just the one. 7 for 152 after 38. So Rails 49 according to the official scorers. 49 off 58. Carlisle 14 off 15. He's 7 for 152. They do need 71 off 72. Conference here. It'll be Seward coming in to take over. Yeah, it's Seward taking over.
They needed 9 runs to win.
Still a conference as they sort everything out here, the two teams. Straight to Beadle at short mid-wicket, no run. Back to a runner ball, 71 off 71. Seward in that one. Caught and bowled, chance goes down, and I think that might have stung as well.
Head down now.
152 the score. 39th over, 71 off 70. Carlisle quickfire 14 off 17. Rails 49 off 58. Looks like that inclement weather's blowing itself over to the east, so we'll keep going. Seward in. Carlisle ducks under a short one through to Lenton. That had a bit of zing in it. That's the one for the over, says the umpire. It's been out there for 81 minutes. Carlisle for 24. Seward in. Carlisle chops it down, takes the single. Just bunts it down into the offside, takes a quick single. 7 for 153. Carlisle 15. Rails 49. And the umpires are coming together here. It's not a good scenario for Campbelltown if they want to talk about the weather. The umpires have come together. What are they going to do? They're playing on for now. Pass score is 178 for Campbelltown. Rails, what can he do? Pulls that one through mid-wicket. That'll be his 50. Do they want a second on the arm? Yes, they do. Good running, Campbelltown. They get 2. And that's his 50, Henry Rails. He's 51 off 59. A nice knock there from Henry Rails, coming in the middle order. Coming in at number 6. Can he lift the home team to victory? Campbelltown well behind on the run rate and the DLS equation. Rails beats the man. They'll come for 1 and that's all they'll get. So they'll keep Rails on strike with the single. That's the end of the over. 7 for 156. 67 off 66 to win for the Ghosts. .67 off 66, tick over a runner ball to win. They're going at 4 and over, so run rate's certainly not shabby, but need to go a little bit faster. DLS score is 178. Put on 46 for the 8th wicket. I'm reasonably sure that's not a club record of any sort. So it's almost run a ball from here. And it looks like it's lunch in the women's test. Australia 2 for 63. In comes K. One outside off, that'll be a wide. So that gets the equation back to a runner ball, 66 off 11 overs. 66 off 11 overs for the home team. Rails 1 for, in fact, K 1 for 40 in his 8th over. And he comes, bowling to Henry Rails. Bludgeons that one down the pitch, but K able to field in his follow through. 7 for 157, 66 off 65. Target is 2-2-3 for Campbelltown. Villanovan's -1 ball to go. K in. And again, rinse and repeat. Rails trying to drive it, but can't quite get hold of it. If you can get onto it, you get the feeling it's going to travel a long way. Some light mizzle falling here at Raby. And umpires coming together once again. That's and Campbelltown happy to play on. Manly offering the
Let's keep going.
bit of confusion here. So I think they're going to call time for now. So it's 7 for 157. Campbelltown were happy to continue on. Manly not so keen. Now on my screen the DLS score has Manly in front. Campbelltown needed to be 179. The covers are being brought out by the players. So let's just see. Manly not in any real hurry to get the covers out. I'm trying to work out on the run what's going on here. Players are a little confused, I think. Stay with it for the moment. Stumps are out. I think the Manly players coming up the stairs looking at me, they want to keep going. Campbelltown were happy to keep going. I'm not quite sure. So we'll see what the decision is. Well, they've come off the field for now. And that's about all I can tell you for the moment. We might take a break here on MacArthurSportsRadio.com, and we'll try and have a bit more information on the other side.
Yeah, I do.
This is summer in Tassie. Alright, climb out, mate. Spectator sport! You're wearing colours for a reason. They'll put them on, take it straight off. Take him off. There is no way.
Okay, welcome back here to Raby Sports Complex. Mike Sheen with you, a little confused if nothing else. Looks like Campbelltown wants to keep going. Pretty sure that's the case. Manly don't look too concerned. They're happy to keep going. No, I've just popped into the scorer's room. The equation is 182 is the score for Campbelltown. To be honest, I had 179, so that's pretty close. 182 is the magic number at the moment, I believe. But they're happy to keep going, and I think the Campbelltown players are trying to plead their case with the officials. So it is a rain delay, 7 for 157 for those watching on screen. That is correct. 7 for 157 after 39.2 overs. Chasing 2-2-3 for victory. Henry Rails 52 not out, I believe. And Ian Carlisle unbeaten on 15. So there's a little bit of confusion here as to what is actually going on. Jason Crazier's out there, the Campbelltown coach. Won't be able to see him on the screen, but he's out there with the players trying to, I guess, negotiate with the umpires to try and get back on. It doesn't look very promising, that's for certain. The rain seems to have gone. I don't think the light's that bad. I'm certainly not an umpire, but it doesn't appear to be that bad. It's certainly no worse than what it was 5-10 minutes ago. So I'm trying to look for somebody to give me an answer here to tell me what's going on. It doesn't look like anybody wants to shake hands just yet. A couple of grumpy looking Campbelltown players coming up towards us. See if I can eavesdrop the conversation. I think they're going to have a chat. I think there is a possibility to come back on very shortly, I think. The umpires have headed into their change rooms for a discussion. Jason Crazier's chewing his gum down on the boundary. And we're all none the wiser. So, yeah, I'm rather confused as to what's going on. We do have a rain delay. And we'll try and wait for some further information, I guess. So, for those watching on the live stream, we'll take a break. Those listening on MSR, we will give you a little something to keep you occupied for the next little while, and hopefully we'll be back with some cricket soon.
to get him off in, well, stay out there. No. Still 50 over. 100%. What do you want? 4 balls to go?
I want to see you back.
Welcome back to Rugby Sports Complex Part 3. Yes, Part 3, I know. We've had a rain delay. We're back on deck and we're just about right to resume play. We haven't lost any time, which is the good news. The equation is 66 off 64 for Campbelltown. I had about a 25-minute window, having a quick chat to the umpires in the little break. There's about a 25-minute window before overs were lost, so thankfully we're back inside that period, so it'll be a full 50 overs or 10 wickets regardless. And the equation is 66 off 64, 7 for 157. We haven't lost any play or any time. All the sums are still the same. We don't need slide rules and calculators. Campbelltown still have the job in front of them to do. So it looks like we're just about right to resume play. I'm not sure if those in the control room can be advised we are back underway. Well, we're about to be underway. Those watching the live stream. First ball after the break. Back down the pitch, no run. So we're back underway. 66 off 63. It'll give everyone a couple of balls probably to adjust and get back underway. Okay, coming in from the Raby end, from the Emerald Hills end, bowling to Henry Rails, who goes hard down the ground. And I'll take one. So 7 for 158. Looking at the scoreboard on the screen, it says Rails 52. Carlisle, I know, is 15 off 19. They need to score and score quickly here, Campbelltown. Carlisle goes hard. That's a good shot, but he'll only get one. Down to the man in the deep. 7 for 159. So 64 from 61 is the equation. So roll into the late afternoon. The sun has broken through once again. Not that it was disappearing for long. K in. Rails. Goes hard down the ground. Takes one. Will keep the strike. That's the end of the over, eventually. Finally, that's the end of the over. 50 off 47 as well, the 50 partnership in 31 minutes. 3 4s and 2 6s. Rails 31 off 26. Carlisle 16 off 20. That is the end of 40 overs. Campbelltown 7 for 160. 63 off 60 is the equation. 63 off 60. 10 over blitz from the Ghosts is what they need. Going at 6.3. They need 6.3. They're going at 4. So let's see what they can do here. Rails. Oh, computer's catching up. 54 for Henry Rails. In Carlisle is 16. That one's been lofted and he's out. That's the wicket they needed. Rails is on his way for a well-made 54. Pretty sure that was Josh Seward doing the bowling. It was. So that probably takes the last chance of Campbelltown with it. 64 off 59, or 64 off 59 is the equation. Now they've only got 2 wickets in hand. So it's Luke Meek going out at number 10. 8 for 160 is the score, and that probably takes Campbelltown's chances with it. Unfortunately for the Ghosts fans. Henry's making a slow, long walk back to the pavilion. Brewing what might have been. So Courtney in the sheds, Meek and Carlisle in the middle. Made 54 from Henry Rails. Looks like it'll not be enough. Meek. Joins Carlisle, who's 16 from 20. 8 for 160. Can they produce a miracle here? Campbelltown in the final 10 overs. Seward in. Bowls to Meek, who crashes that one over the top of extra cover. They'll take one. 8 for 161. 62 off 58. I'll keep it simple for you. 62 off 58 the equation. 8 for 161 in the 41st. And most of the others rather irrelevant. Carlisle, the set man. 16 off 20. What can he do? Seward in. That's down leg side. That'll be a wide. Bonus ball for Campbelltown. 8 for 162. 61 from 58. Seward in from the Raby end, bowling to Carlisle. That one's cut down to deep third for a single. 8 for 163. Carlisle 17. Meek 1. 60 off 57. That's the equation. 60 off 57. Some pensive faces in the dugout. Use that one to deep third for another run. Unfortunately, that won't be enough. Run a ball, they need more than that. Seward, 2 balls remaining in his, what's he up to? 8th over, 7.4 overs, 3 for 30 his numbers. While advances, couldn't get onto it. Tried to hit that one into Wednesday. .59 off 55 the equation. That ball squeezed into extra cover, no run. That's the end of the over. 9 overs to go. 59 needed. 8 for 164 after 41. 59 off 54 is the equation. So they still get the full 50 overs for now, Campbelltown. With the non-rain, with the short rain delay, not significant enough to lose time. Out. Looks like Manly going to go with their 5 bowlers. Hadley's got 3. Cave, Foster and Seward 2 each. It's Cave from the Emerald Hills end. Long on for a single. And unfortunately need more than 1 a ball or 1 most balls to be getting home. Need multiples here, the Ghosts have any sort of chance. Okay, on his way in. Down the ground, they'll get 1. Carlisle 18, 8 for 166, 57 off 52. Comes in, bowls to Meek. Pushes to extra cover, no run. 57 off 51 the equation for Campbelltown. Seemingly control that wicket. Seems to have done the trick for them. Okay. Meek. Drive down the ground, he does. They'll get 1 and that's it. A near thing for Campbelltown. 56 off 50 is required. So, see what they can do in the final 8 overs and change. Outside off stump, the umpire says fair delivery. No dot, no sundries, no extras. Yeah, dot in the book. 8 for 167, 56 off 49. They bring it home here, the Ghosts. Late on a Saturday afternoon. Kay in, driven down the ground. They'll take 1 once again. Carlisle keeping the strike. That's the end of the over. He's 19. Meek 4, 8 for 168, 55 off 48. Seward again from the Roby end will continue. Seward in from the Roby end to Carlisle, who bunts that one. Cleverly went to swing at that one and just bunted that out to deep point for a single. 8 for 169, 54 off 47. That's the equation. Campbelltown doing these final 7 overs, 7-8 overs. In fact, Meek not able to get onto that one. Hit it how he would have liked. Off 46 is the equation. It's getting worse for Campbelltown by every delivery. Need one big over here of 10 or 15. Going at about 4 and over for the last 4 or 5 overs. There's an appeal there and given. So I'm not quite sure how he's been given out, but that's out. And that's 9 down. Meek on his way for 4 runs. 4 off 6, and it's 9 for 169. Luke Courtney, the number 11, makes his way out. Final pair for Campbelltown. Waiting for the official word to come through on how that wicket was given. It's been given as caught behind according to our screen, so caught behind. Court Lenton bowled Seward for 4, 9 for 169, 54 off 45. Here's the equation. Seward into Courtney. I'll take a single. 9 for 170 in the 43rd. 53 off 44 required. Carlisle waits for Seward, who's in. Pulls that one through square leg. Again, they'll only take one. Ones won't do it from here for Campbelltown. They need boundaries, and several of them in a hurry. And the last pair do. Seward in, and he's bowled him. That's it. Courtney clean bowled. That's the end of the match. That's the end of the game. Manly wins by 51 runs. Look at the full Campbelltown card now. Campbelltown bowled out for 171. The first wicket to fall was Ryan Clark, who was out. Court Lenton bowled Hadley for 2 off 6. He was 1 for 2 at the time. Toby Flynn Duncombe was the second man out. Court Coit bowled Kay for 2 off 5. It was 2 for 12 rather. Nick Appleton put on a well-made 32. He was out with the score on 58. He was bowled Foreman. Next man out was Anthony Mosca, made 24. He was caught Foreman, bowled Seward. 4 for 69. Brendan Smith shortly after was caught Lenton, bowled Seward. 7 off 8. 5 for 72. And then Blake Smith came together with Rails and put on a nice little partnership. Smith was LBW Foreman for 11. 6 for 100. Patterson was next man out. Caught Brewster, bowled Foster for 3 off 9. 7 for 110. Rails was the 8th man to go. Put on a well-made 55. Caught off the bowling of Josh Seward. 8 for 160. And Luke Meek, the second last man to go. 9 for 169. Caught Lenton, bowled Seward. And Courtney, last man out, bowled Seward for 1 off 2. 1 off 171, all out. The bowling figures: Ryan Hadley, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. Thomas Kay, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47. Joel Foster, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 40. Josh Seward, 9 overs, no maidens, 5 for 33. And Purdy Foreman, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. Manly wins it by 51 runs. Thank you everybody for joining us today on MacArthur Sports Radio and through the Cricket New South Wales social media or through the YouTube stream. Great to have your company. Merry Christmas everybody. Best wishes for the new year, and we'll see you in 2024 for more cricket. Thanks for joining us. Good afternoon, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.